I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order.
I'll call to order this meeting of the King George County Board of Directors of the Service Authority.
Please stay at this time for the invocation led by Supervisor Stroud, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather here this evening, we ask that you join us and ask that you help guide us as we address the county's business. We're grateful for your presence and your continued involvement in our county and care for our people. We especially ask for your involvement in our elections tomorrow so that only people who support Christian morals and values are victorious. We consider ourselves blessed to live in this great country and county, and thank you for your saving grace and for the freedoms we enjoy. We ask for your continued wisdom and help in leading our county and grant us victory over our enemies so that your people can prevail. We thank you for answering our prayers and for never failing to respond to our requests. We ask you to keep your hand on our citizens and employees, keep them safe, and help them prosper within your will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you everyone for being here. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I could, I'd like to add a discussion topic for the board about the old VOTEC building, if that's possible.
Is that acceptable to everyone?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was negligent. I was sidebarring and I didn't hear it.
Well, this is a motion to talk about one of your favorite subjects, which is the old VOTEC building and what we're going to be doing with it.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
You love that, see?
Just a quick question. Is that a discussion item, not an action?
Just a discussion item, yes,
All right,
ma'am.
thank you.
One reason why it's important to be on there, I think everyone has met with the school board on 2x2s and things like that to kind of discuss what the vision is. So we need to talk about it with the county as well to see where we're at right now. At this time, I will open the floor to public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person to give everyone a chance to speak. When you speak, please state your full name and the district in which you vote. If you not live in King George, just state where it is that you're from. At this time, we have on the list Pastor Davis.
Yes, my name is Sherman Davis, Pastor Davis, and I vote in the Dahlgren district. I'm here to read you from scriptures. Philippians chapter 2 and verse number 9, the Bible says, "Wherefore God also hath highly exalted him, and given him a name above, which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, of things in heaven, of things in earth, of things under the earth, and that every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, the glory of God the Father." You can take all the patriarchs of old, like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You can take the prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel, the major prophets, and the other prophets at the end of the book of Old Testament, Hosea, Joel, Amos, and Obadiah. Jonah had his problems, but he was still a prophet. Jonah, Micah, Nahum, and Habakkuk. You can take the Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. You take all those old men of God. You take in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul and Stephen, the first deacon who was stoned for preaching the gospel of Christ. You could take Peter and John and all those men of God, and you could take men of our age, of our history, like the President Washington and Abraham Lincoln, and great presidents like Ronald Reagan, and you could take it from each one of those great men. You could extract from those men the very best quality they had. You taking the best quality of this man, the best quality of that man. You could extract everything from each man that was the very best that they had, the quality that you consider that was a great man, what made him great. You take all those great qualities from all those men of old and men of even of today, and you could take all those great qualities and build one great Superman, one man with nothing but great qualities. But that man would still have to bow the knee to Jesus Christ. because every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. No matter how good we try to be, or how many times we go to church, or how many times we get baptized by water, you get baptized at a tadpole, know your social security number, still die and go to hell. But it's not about what we can do to earn God's favor or earn merit God's award or reward. But we all have inherited this thing called sin. And the Bible says the wages of sin is death. And so it's in our DNA. Got it from our parents, they got it from their parents. But there's a fix. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. He's the one that gives life. He's the one that died for our sins. He's the one that paid all the sin debt. And all we have to do is come by him by faith. Amen and amen.
He gets every last second. All right. Anne Marie, you're up.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes, James Madison. I want to thank you for your service to the community. I know that this is not an easy job, but I think that you are doing a good job, especially with the Service Authority. It has been in chaos for a long time. In the 70s and the 80s, the Service Authority and the county did not have any debt. I know the county administrator used to manage both the county and the Service Authority. I also want to thank Mr. Collins for finding Mr. Rizavi. He fixed a lot of problems in the finance department. I had not heard if they are paying the bills or not. Finances is hard. I want to know who is responsible for paying the bills. I heard one of the supervisors say that it's good to have higher credit and have an increased Moody's rating. That might be true, but increasing the Moody's rating is not a good reason to increase our debt. It's not good to have a large debt. We should try to pay down the principal so we have less interest to pay. It's not good to spend money that we don't have. I want to let you know the landfill opened in 1996. Many of the residents of King George did not approve of it. Many times I had traveled by Route 3 and could smell the landfill, but they fixed the problem. When the residents of King George complained, they fixed the problem most of the time. The landfill provides significant revenue for King George, but the money should be spent wisely. The last finance department didn't even know where the money was. The taxes in 2019 were very high, so I started working to get the old supervisors to eliminate the decal fee for the landfill. Some people didn't even know what the decal fee was. For the last 3 years, I worked to eliminate the fee. They did eliminate the fee, not only the annual fee, but the initial fee to get the decal. I did not want to the initial fee eliminated, just the annual fee. I also think that only residents of King George County should get the decal, not non-residents. The landfill should be for residents of King George, but when I go there, I see cars and trucks from other states, like Maryland, Ohio, West Virginia. When I ask the employees at the landfill, they say that these vehicles have a decal. How is that out-of-state vehicles have a decal when the only was for the people of King George? Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold Eliason?
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Arnold Eliason, James Madison District. As you all are fully aware, the comprehensive plan calls for, number one, for us to maintain the rural character of our county. And it is, after all, what so many of us truly enjoy about living in King George. And it is what attracts other people to come live with us or among us or to visit us. Our neighbors to the west have perhaps gone a bit astray. Perhaps that's not in their comprehensive plan. I looked up some statistics recently, which I found shocking, actually. Stafford County has, in the last couple of years, approved 9.5 million square feet of data centers. and they have another 30 million square feet being considered proposed and being considered for approval. Spotsylvania County has approved 9.5 million square feet and another 21 million square feet. Now, these numbers are so big that they're mind-boggling. I have a hard time wrapping my head around that many million square feet. So I looked up some comparison structures or areas to put that somewhat in better perspective or more understandable perspective. And if you all have ever been to a Buc-ee's travel center, that you know that that's a pretty big space. They take up about 74,000 square feet on average for a modern Buc-ee's. And that is 46 football fields big. So if you look at what Stafford is doing or has done or is proposing to do, they are going to be putting in 534 Buc-ee's stations, Buc-ee's travel centers in their county, and pretty much clustered along the I-95 corridor and so on. And in the Spotsy, they'll have about 412 Buc-ee's. For people who are more sports-minded, I can keep it in the tone of football fields. Stafford will have an additional 2,500 football fields covered with data centers. That's 2,500 football fields. And Spotsy will have 1,900 football fields of data centers. Those are just incredible numbers to me. We too have been seduced by, or perhaps we've taken advantage of the opportunity to have a data center income, which is seductive, which is a lot, and which will help our budget a lot. But we need to be careful about how many sort of further data centers we consider or approve, because we're going to have more Buc-ee's occupying our land as well. And I don't think that that's in keeping with our comprehensive plan or the quality of life that we want to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Has anyone received any correspondence? Is there anyone online? No?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, TM would like to speak.
All right, go right ahead. Thank you, Terry. Is there anyone else? All right, we'll close public comment this time. We'll open up to reports to the members of the board. Mr. Kyle, would you like to go first?
Thank you. So, data centers. So if you read the paper, do your research, you'll see that Spotsylvania and Stafford now are saying, hey, maybe we should have thought about a setback further. Maybe we should have thought about this. Maybe we should have thought about that. So now they are, going backwards and trying to figure out what they should have done before they allowed all these data centers. What your board has done is they slowed the pace of the data centers to make sure that that they're right for King George, and that any setbacks or any water issues or any other issues are taken care of, not after they show up. but before they do. So you've heard a lot of the members up here talk about that. And so it's important that we do the things right. So it's kind of funny because I have opportunities to talk to our partners in Spotsylvania and Stafford, Fredericksburg, Prince William, all over the place. And they've told me on many occasions, we wish we would have done what you all did. And I tell them they can have all the data centers they want. If they want any of ours, they can have them. So I think that your board has done the right thing in considering all these opportunities, what's best for King George. On a different subject, tomorrow is November 4th, which is a very important day in the state of Virginia. It's voting day. Voting day for the delegates, voting day for the governor. It's a voting day for my spot. I can only encourage you to go out and make your vote count. I hope to see most of the citizens that haven't early voted in James Monroe District tomorrow bright and early at 6 a.m. I'll be there and I'll be waiting for you. Probably won't have a cup of coffee for you, but I'll be there. I'd like to take the opportunity again to thank everyone the opportunity to serve you, the opportunity to listen to your concerns. Now, you notice when I usually do my public time, I don't tell you all the places I went, like the wine festival or this and that, because if you saw me there, you know I was there. So I don't think I really need to tell you all where I've been, because I don't think you really care where I've been. But I do get an opportunity to go to these things, and I get an opportunity to see people all over the county on a daily basis. Sometimes when I go in the food line just to get a 6-pack of beer or 2 or maybe 3,
You're drinking a 40.
a 40.
Yeah.
It takes me 2 hours to get out of food line because folks want to talk, and when folks want to talk, I want to listen, because that's my job, is to listen and make things good for people. A lot of times people don't want to come up to the mic in a public comment and speak in public, but they will tell, you talk to them, they'll tell you what's on their mind. And then, I have the opportunity to read Facebook all the time. You notice I never post anything because Pastor Davis, that's the devil's workshop. But I got to see what the devil's doing too. That's why I read it. A lot of times when it has to do with government, county government, it goes off on these tangents that are just so incorrect that sometimes it upsets me that people don't have the will or the desire to find out what the truth is and what's going on. I was talking to Miss Southall earlier today, and we were talking about the website. So anything you want to know about King George, you can go on our website. It gives you so much information. You can go to every department. You can find out everything you want to know. So I encourage people, instead of getting your information from Facebook, get it from the sources where you can find out what the answers are. Again, I'd like to thank my board members again. I know I thanked you all a couple months ago, but I think you all have done an excellent job since I've been here, and I appreciate working with you all. And good luck after tomorrow.
Mr. Stroud.
Thanks, sir. I don't really have a whole lot to say, but I know, Aaron, you come and speak about the data center, and I know you're not necessarily for the data center. But I would offer that the property, specifically data center, should be near you, which I think is the one that is the largest concern, which hasn't been approved yet, but is due to come up. But if not a data center, then what? And the rural aspect for the county, I don't know of anybody that doesn't want to maintain the rural aspect of the county. And I think that's part of the reason why that area is designated an industrial complex, an industrial area. And I know that people, I've said this before, seems like we need to write it down somewhere. That area is designated as the industrial area for the county. And people say, well, it's not zoned industrial. So, in as plain of terms as I can say it, is that land wasn't zoned industrial. It was agriculture in an industrial area because it was being used to be farmed. Had it been zoned industrial, the people farming it would have been paying industrial taxes to grow corn or soybean. That makes absolutely no sense. Okay? No sense. So for somebody to say, well, it's industrial, it's zoned agriculture, it's zoned agricultural, you know, I don't know how much plainer we can say it. How criminal would it be to tax a corn farmer industrial taxes? It was used to farm until the point an industry was to buy it or use it for industrial purposes. Plain and simple. I can't get any plainer than that, I don't think. If somebody doesn't get it, then I need to get a box of crayons. Okay? But that's why. So, a few years ago, there was going to be another venture was going to go in there. It was a large warehouse, and I think some of the guys may remember. I just don't remember what it is now, but it was going to go in there. For some reason, it didn't get approved. But there's a lot of things that could go in there that are not or don't bring the financial benefit to the county, but bring a lot of other things, from traffic to odors to sounds, noise, a lot of other things that could go in there other than a data center. So, you know, and the land that belongs to Mr. Taylor, Burnley Taylor, you know, if he chooses to sell it to somebody or do something with it, again, it's his land. We would prefer it not to be a bombing range or something like that, clearly. But a data center doesn't bring a lot of hazards to the inhabitants, of the people in the county. I'm aware of, there are concerns about people that live around that area. And I've spoken to some of them, to include yourself. And whenever they bought their land, the realtors didn't point out to them that, you know what, you're buying this land right across from the industrial area. They didn't point that out. I don't know why. Maybe it wouldn't have had the value maybe they wouldn't have wanted to buy it. I don't know. I own land not too far from there, and I can tell you, my realtor didn't point out to me that, at the time, I think I've said this before, there were some other things. There was a motocross track next to the property. They raced motorcycles, dirt bikes on Sundays. Amazingly, they didn't show me the property on Sunday. And nobody mentioned to me that on Sunday afternoons, when you want to enjoy your peace and quiet, I've got the dust and the noise from the dirt bikes and nothing I can do about it. So, it's unfortunate, but the industrial area and bringing business to the county is an objective that the people responsible for leading the county, the people that are in this position up here, we have to figure out, again, how to pay the bills. And you mentioned tonight, and you brought up, the things about the square foot. And those square foot, by the way, isn't just football fields, because football fields typically aren't stacked up. It'd be unique if they did, but the square foot of the buildings actually includes all the floors and such. I'm not defending them on that point, though. The point that I want to make is that bringing up the size and and there's been a lot of mistakes that other counties have made, and you're starting to see that come out. We're trying not to make those. I know the previous board made some significant mistakes, which we tried to fix, but I welcome yourself or anybody else that if you can come and offer to us a business venture that can match the tax revenue without the traffic, with the low impact to the county, that all the citizens accept and don't have issue with the noise, they don't have issue with anything, that all the citizens or whoever, everybody's good with, okay? It's got the birds, the butterflies and all that, then please come and present it to us, because it's going to probably bring a whole lot of support. But right now, that's, a bit challenging. And Mr. Taylor probably the first one to want to hear it. But, I guess that's all I got to say about that for now. And it's not that I don't appreciate the concerns and pointing these things out, because some people don't realize the impacts that you do bring up. Okay, from the water, the size of it, that people don't look at that, and it's good that we do and people are aware of it. But there's a lot of positive benefits as well. And I guess the point being is that other ventures that are acceptable there, even without changing the zoning, like I mentioned, there could be the biggest pig farm in King George could go there and we wouldn't have any say at all, okay? But that would bring noise and odors and a lot of things that people may not enjoy. But that's just some of that. That's all I got to say, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bender?
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to mention anything from the town hall, but now that the topic was brought up, I guess you guys need to buy me my box of crayons and a nice coloring book, because I'm going to be a little controversial on this one. I don't totally agree with Mr. Stroud's vision of, data centers everywhere. I don't. I'm sorry. I've talked to a lot of people from Loudoun County and Prince William, and they've told me you to eliminate all the taxes, you would have to have half the county in a data center. And they have a higher tax rate than they are. They have 4 something when we have $1.25 on they call computer peripherals, we call a different name. Same thing, it's on the equipment inside the building. So my concern is the citizens do have some input. It is in our comprehensive plan and our mission and vision statement that was written last year. Objective number 4, to ensure that growth is pursued with control and an emphasis on maintaining rural life. I understand the areas that have already been designated. I get it. The Taylor Farm was originally that part of the Taylor Farm was originally part of the industrial park a long time ago when it was created in the landfill, and Dahlgren West and some other areas are in economic development incentive zone, but not the whole county, and especially not Shiloh. So, I mean, there are portions that are designated that. But what I'm trying to say is, business ventures to match the tax revenue of data centers. The problem with data centers, and you see this in Loudoun and Prince William County, and I had a conversation with one of my colleagues in Prince William in the last couple of days, and they told me how much land goes from up there. Some farmland goes for $5.5 million an acre and $11.5 million an acre. And the problem with that is, as small businesses, which I do enjoy small businesses, and I do enjoy other kinds of businesses like manufacturing that do bring jobs to our citizens that maybe don't want to go to college. They can't afford the land because the developers of data centers can pay those abnormal prices, and most manufacturing that just can't pay those prices, so they move on somewhere else. So that does concern me, and I at least want to state for myself, even though a lot of us on the board, we get along and we all have the same mindset of the county, we don't all agree on maybe some of the economic development choices. So I at least wanted to voice mine, that I'm not 100% for voting in every data center, every solar farm. And I do see some solar farm lobbyists in the audience tonight, and they've been coming to last couple of meetings. Energy Right is in the audience. And I just want to make that point is there's a lot of influences on this county right now. And I at least want to stand up for the citizens of the county. We might approve some of them. They might be good projects like Dahlgren West. But I also want to stand up for the citizens because the citizens need a voice too. And at least my whole tenure on this board, and Mr. Collins, whether we agree all the time or Mr. Collins, I respect his looking at our financials and looking out for the citizens and the taxpayers and making sure that we're not overspending. And you'll see in a little bit, he's going to discuss a topic. And I agree with him on it, that we do need to watch out and to make sure we're making the best choices financially. And the last thing I wanted to bring, I am on GWRC with Mr. Sullins, and there's a topic brought up last night that's going to come up at the next board meeting. GWRC, at least the executive director, wanted to know if we would consider as localities maybe supporting them creating a nonprofit to recreate what the United Way has done with allowing employee donations and then giving them to different organizations. And so I, at least before I made any input, and I'm sure Mr. Sullins agrees, that I wanted to get the other board members' opinion on that before I go back and get anything. So if my other board members have any opinion on that, please, yes, no, any consideration?
How is it going to affect our, excuse me, the amount of money that we pay toward the GWRC each year?
That would be one question that I would bring back, because it's going to be on the agenda in the next board meeting. Is it Mr. Collins, Mr. Davis? Then Mr. Stroud?
So I will go with the will of the board.
Mr. Davis?
I'd have to hear more about the details.
Okay, I'll bring that back.
They bring it back to me, so.
Mr. Stroud?
Same. I want to hear about the pros and cons.
Okay, well, I just got to come back with some feedback. So that's why I wanted to hear from the board members before.
Maybe we could talk even tomorrow or something, the phone
Yep.
call, just whatever.
Yep.
Some of that.
That's the end of my board report, and I wish everybody a great election day. And for once, it's sunny. My last 2 times was cold and rainy, so sunny is nice. Thank you.
Mr. Sullins.
Thank you. I appreciate what you said, but I do like to tell them where I've been and the things that I've talked about, because I feel like you're paying me and you need to know what you're getting paid for. And I feel like it's part of transparency. I don't want to do stuff behind you, and I'm not saying that he does at all. Everybody knows what we're doing, but this is just my way of conveying that. So as Ms. Bender mentioned, I did attend the GWRC meeting with her on the 27th, 29th. I met with reps from the Gibson Solar Farm, or the Gibson Solar company. They've been reaching out and wanted to talk some more, and that was a very polarizing organization. That's one of the reasons I want y'all to know that that they're reaching out to me and chatting with me, so that you understand that that may come back again. They want to keep chatting. Also on the 29th, we had the King George trick or treat and the town hall event. I really want to give a shout out to Ms. Southall and Jackie for pulling and Kaya for pulling all that together. Y'all did an amazing job. I gave very little notice of what we wanted to do there, and they pulled it off in short order and did a wonderful job. had about 200 people coming out for the trick or treating, and the I don't know what we would call the other part of that, but a lot of different charities and 501c3 organizations were out there that had the tables set up so that as people are bringing their kids around, they could see different organizations that our county works with to try to support, charitable events. So that was kind of cool. Also want to offer special thanks to Zach and Zach. There actually were two Zachs, and Max and Ward, some local Boy Scouts that came to that town hall meeting, and they sat there for more than 2 hours. They were attentive. They paid attention. They asked questions, and I was very impressed with them. So they were here to work on their citizenship merit badge. I shamelessly threw a plug out there that I'd be glad to teach them the aviation merit badge too, because I like scouts and I like flying. So we'll see if they take me up on that. Some general phone calls and emails, and then I got to chat with Miss Lovell about the thing with the landfill. That does kind of bother me a little bit. She showed me a photograph of somebody that had a local decal on their windshield so that they could drop the trash, but the tag on the car said Maryland. It frustrates me that we see so many out-of-state cars around here that they live here permanently. I'm not talking about the military people; they get a special exception, and I took advantage of that for 20 years when I was in the military. I'm all in for that. But the people that just choose to come here, not register their cars here because they don't have to pay a vehicle tax in Maryland, but they still want to use our resources. That bugs me. So that's something I'm going to look into. Can we make it so that the folks that are running the landfill, they're not just checking the decal, but actually checking the tag to make sure that it's on a car that it should be on? And I think that's it. Check that out. Less than 5 minutes. It can be done.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. So we did a lot of things this week. The town hall, I'll just mention it because the staff did such a great job, and it was good to see all the nonprofits that we do support. And that was kind of we're trying to make the town halls just not a thing where you come out and you hear us talk or just ask us questions, but a thing where it's just a community thing. So this time we had candy, and there was vendors out there. And there's also nonprofits there that want us to start working with them. So, and they come in and just start talking to us. And it's a good chance for the community to kind of see where your money's going, to nonprofits. And it was very good. All of them were very happy. They were very engaged, and it came off very, very successful. The biggest thing I did this week, I did a bunch of last week I did a bunch of other things, but Friday I had a chance to meet with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. They'd had a meeting earlier that week, I believe, was it, Matt? Earlier that week they had a meeting, and it was kind of inviting everyone together, and it's not her fault, so I'm just not a calling her out thing, but a former board member was kind of saying how we didn't have any representatives there and all this. Those things are good to go to, the conferences, but if you've ever been to a conference, it's a lot of handing out business cards, right? There's not any real ideas popping up. You're just kind of getting to meet people and greet with people and things like that. So, and I've been to a bunch of them, and sometimes they can be fruitful. Sometimes it's just a reason for people to get together and seems to talk. So we had set up a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership and President David Devin and Vice President Michael Drayling, just to go over the very specific needs of King George County and what we're looking for. And I believe it's one of the first meetings we've ever had with them. The King George just hasn't engaged in that nature. And they can't bring business here that we want if they don't know what we want. They were very happy to hear, though, that the infrastructure that we're putting in, that we've just dragged on for so long as far as the water and things like that in order to bring those type of businesses here, because without that, they are not going to come to you. They're going to overlook you. So they're very happy to see that we are preparing sites for certain types of businesses. And what was really good about it too is we tag team up. So one initiative of this board is really to partner up with people of like mind, core values, and have needs. And some of that's the Northern Neck for us. So they have certain needs that they need filled, and they have no problem with those things coming to King George because it helps them. And there's certain things that they might want to bring some type of development or a manufacturing or something to their region. I don't want to offer the same things. If they have it there, we can use it. I want to bring things here that they don't have. And so we're partnering in those ways so that we can bring all those kind of things to us. And it was just really good to sit down with the Westmoreland County Administrator was there, Jim Taylor, their chair was there. He was a great guy. He's been chair there for 20 years, which I thought was pretty unbelievable. It just brings continuity there. but we had a chance to sit down, some great ideas, and just spoke over what we would like to see in King George. And one thing that people understand about economic development, because people are like, why don't you do this? And why don't you bring this here? Why don't you bring this here? They understand that economic development, when you're doing something, it takes about 5 years, 4 to 5 years to really get your foot on things. Like there are things that we're looking at now that the past board was looking at 2 years ago. And we're just now, and we're getting to them now because government runs slow and those things go slow. But you really have to be prepared, because if you're not prepared, then you're always kind of living in desperation, trying to catch up. You know, I said the other day, you either living prepared or you're living in desperation, always trying to catch up. And we've been kind of trying to catch up in that avenue. But they have an idea. I mean, some of the things we talked about were, you know, I want to bring things that are going to bring some jobs to King George. You know, there hasn't been a lot of jobs that have been brought. And, you know, I think King George would be a great location for a distribution center. You know, we are perfectly located like on, you know, 301 between Richmond, DC, low traffic. You can drop a distribution center in the middle of Fredericksburg and people are fighting traffic, getting in and out. We are easy access to all those ports. So we'd be a great place for that. But we have to put in, and that would bring a ton of jobs from people who have high school diplomas to people who are doing local daily deliveries that within hours to people who go get a college degree and are working in the top office. So, and people can get a great paying job and at their own hometown and live in King George. So those are the type of things we're looking at, and bring in a bunch of revenue for us as well, and keep taxes down. That's the end goal. I think most people want that. We want our schools to be better. We want our teachers to be paid more. We want our firefighters and our police officers to be taken care of. We want all those things. But we can't do all those things just at the expense of the citizens of the county. You know, it's just not fair to keep every time you want something to run back to the citizens and say, give us more money. And we've done our best to try to avoid that since we've been in office. So it was a great meeting. The only thing I'll add on to that, so we are making some headway in that. The comprehensive plan, that was asked by Ms. Morgan. Can you speak to that a little bit about where we are on that?
So I look at Ms. LeDuc in the office. It was probably about 6.5 hours ago. We had a lengthy conversation on the comprehensive plan. So as you know, it is in this budget. I've directed Kelly to go ahead and start drafting the RFP for that. You know, some of the discussions we had were, you know, when do we put it on the streets? My recommendation would be have it teed up, ready to go, but put it out right after the holidays. You know, people are not going to be looking at RFPs over the Christmas break and between Christmas and New Year. But, you know, Ms. LeDuc and I had a conversation. So that should be on the streets really the first week in January. And this is a very public process. Yeah. You know, we've done comp plan meetings where there's 350 people in the room. And you need to get a good consultant to engage the community. So, you know, anybody who is out there in the audience, anybody watching, this will be a very public process of what the future land uses are, you know, are designated throughout the county. So excited about that process.
Yes, sir. Thank you for all that you guys are doing on that. So there's a lot of things moving behind the scenes, and people will get emails sometimes, and people are like, you know, what's going on with this and what's happening here, and it's, you know, things are moving. You know, there's a process. The one thing that drives me crazy, if you've ever sat in the seat, it would drive you crazy, is the fact that government is not in a hurry. It just takes its time. You know, and it drags its feet, and I'm a, you know, why do we have to do that type deal? The last thing I'll mention, and I'm done, is the congratulations to the middle school girls volleyball team. They won the championship in the Battlefield last week. So congratulations to them. All right. At this time, we will end reports to members of the board, and we'll move on to the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Is there any constitutional officers here? I don't see any. We can skip that. And at this time, we'll move on to you, Ms. Bender.
Thank you very much. We will now look for a motion to the consent agenda of the Board of Directors.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? By roll call vote, Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. We have no public hearing, but we do have an action item. That is the resolution to authorize execution of the Virginia Warren Mutual Aid Agreement Declaration. Mr. Hamilton?
Good evening, folks, members of the board. I believe you applied with this last week, but I probably should have attached an information sheet that explained a little bit more about this. But I learned about this program while attending a workshop with the Department of Health at the end of September. Basically, what the Virginia Warren program is a water and wastewater agency response network. It's designed to provide a utility-to-utility response during emergencies, promote statewide emergency preparedness, disaster response, mutual assistance matters for public and private utilities, emergencies, natural and man-made events. Basically, this is a mutual aid agreement. There are currently roughly 100 members around the state of Virginia. This is unique. This particular document is unique to the state of Virginia. The website facilitates an emergency response by providing its members with emergency planning response during and after an emergency. As the nationwide warn system expands, and there is one, I believe, in every state, it will be easier to provide mutual aid. The Virginia Warren website provides emergency contact numbers of members and an emergency equipment database that could help meet members' needs during the emergency. A member can locate emergency equipment, i.e. pumps, generators, chlorinators, personnel, treatment plant operators, whatever it might be, that they might need an emergency that might be available from another utility. This program provides a standard mutual assistance agreement process for sharing emergency resources. It's free to join this program. It will not be free in the event that we need to take advantage of it. We would contact a member utility and agree upon compensation, based on hourly rates for employees or equipment or whatever it was. But this has been reviewed by Aqualaw down in Richmond, and there is a draft amendment, I believe, resolution that was provided to you. And basically what it's doing is authorizing me to execute the documents to do that. Some of the benefits, again, no cost to participate, increased planning and coordination, enhanced access to specialized resources, provide access to resources during an emergency without pre-contractual limitations or retainer fees, expedites arrival of mutual aid, utilities that have signed this mutual aid agreement and have a pre-established relationship under which they are able to share emergency resources at the discretion of each participating agency. So you're not mandated to help out if you can't. In other words, we have an emergency, someone else has an emergency, they're asking for something, there's no obligation for us to put their needs in front of our own. It's consistent with the National Incident Management System, which is, I'm sure, something that the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Service would be pleased about. It provides a list of emergency contacts and phone numbers, reduces administrative conflicts, avoids federal bureaucracy, and increases hope that recovery comes quickly. So I've asked if you all would support this program, and I'd be glad to answer any questions I can answer. If you're not prepared to take action tonight, this is not an urgent matter. I'd be glad to, I actually emailed you all today a link to their website in case you wanted more information, along with my 90-day report, which we'll cover in a minute.
All right, thank you. Mr. Collins.
So, Hamilton, so when our personnel goes somewhere, who pays them?
The other member utility would pay, and it would be agreed upon.
If they come here, we pay them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I liken this to a program where, if you're familiar, like there's a hurricane in Florida and you see trucks lining 95 that are coming from Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. They're in a similar mutual aid type arrangement in terms of, like, you see power company trucks traveling to places like that during natural disasters. I certainly don't forecast or wish that on the people of King George or the state of Virginia, but I think we all know who's in charge right now, particularly given what just happened in Jamaica. Anyway, yes, sir, that's the answer to your question.
All right, does anyone have any more questions, or would you like to table this or make a motion to?
The motion.
Hold on a second.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we authorize Mr. Dan Hamilton to execute the Virginia Warren Mutual Aid Agreement declaration as presented tonight.
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. It doesn't need to be roll call?
Please.
I will do a roll call vote. Mr. Collins?
Yay.
Mr. Sol? Mr. Davis? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up is the General Manager's Report, 90-day report and assessment. Mr. Hamilton?
All right, good evening, folks. As I'm sure you've already figured out, my name is Dan Hamilton. I'm the General Manager of the King George County Service Authority. About a week and a half ago, I crossed my 3-month milestone here at King George, and I'm grateful and honored and privileged to work here and call you all my customers, I hope. So I prepared a 90-day report to the board. It's kind of piggybacked on a 45-day report, which seems like it was yesterday, which was only 6 or 8 weeks ago. And I'm not going to read through that document right now in its entirety. I'm going to try to be brief. I don't know if I can keep it under 3 minutes, but I'm going to shoot for 5, Mr. Sullivan. So, and just to say this, by the way, I'm from Maryland, and you will not see my car in the landfill with a local resident sticker unless I'm paying taxes here. So I'm empathetic for that situation. We have similar issues where I live. But in any case, in terms of just kind of running through this categorically, there's been some administrative changes that we've implemented in the last month or two. I suspect most of you are aware, I hope you were, that we have changed the bill payment system that we were using. I know there was a change approximately 9 months or a year ago that involved a company called ACI that was coordinating payments on your utility bills through the treasurer's office. And there was some service there that was lacking, particularly the ability to accept electronic payments, telephone payments, or auto pay. And also it was requiring many sets of hands to get involved with the processing of the payment, being posted in the treasurer's office, then posted to our accounting system so that we know who's paid their bill, who we don't need to shut off, those kind of things, or who shouldn't get a late fee because they paid, but the check wasn't cashed. So in any case, we've resolved that. We worked with staff from finance procurement and with the treasurer's office, and we've kind of taken a step back to where we were, where we've reinstated the muni billing system, who's handling the billing now, but we kind of activated their payment module. This was a very minimal expense to us, but that went live theoretically last Friday night at midnight. The link to the ACI payment portable went down and the new link went up. I doubt anybody who goes online and pushes the button that says pay your utility bill would probably even be noticing much of a difference, other than it's carrying you to a slightly different portal. And in fact, although that was supposed to go live on Friday night at midnight, there was a clerical error that kept that from being 100% active until this morning. However, that transition has been made and we've already received payments through it. When you make a payment online or electronically, and we can still accept payments, by the way, at the treasurer's office or via U.S. mail. But as soon as you make that payment, it instantly credits to the accounting system that we use. So we know it's there. And you can do electronic payments, you can set up auto pay, which has been a complaint, I think maybe more than any other complaint I've heard in the last couple of months. There's probably been more phone calls to the office about that. So anyway, that took place over the weekend. As far as I know, as of this morning, everything's working fine. And assuming that money gets transferred to the treasurer's office and I've given them all the routing numbers, I don't expect that we're going to have any issues with that. You should have all gotten a KG alert, as well as potentially a text or an email from the service. We have the ability to use that service also to provide emergency alerts, which may help us in the event of a water main break or something like that. We've made some other changes internally that I really don't need to go through with you all, trying to tighten some financial controls. I just want to be clear too, while we're talking about budgeting and finance, during this government shutdown, we are not charging late fees to anybody, and we are not doing any disconnects for non-payment. We're certainly aware that there are a lot of people out there who are struggling, and we don't want you prioritizing water or medicine or other things that you might need. We're not asking people for government IDs. We're cognizant that this has far-reaching impacts. So that is not happening right now. And it's probably going to result in a lot of work for us once everybody goes back to work, because sooner or later we do need to make sure we recover that income. However, we are working regularly almost every day with people who are struggling and engaging in promissory notes or bill payment plans to help them work through that. There's also going to be a review of our rates and fees. That does not necessarily, or I'm not alluding to a potential rate increase, but there's been a lot of comments about some of the wording in the billing and some of the other things in the bill that, for example, the words debt fee. We're going to engage a professional engineering firm or engineering type finance firm to assist us with this. And there is grant money available through the Department of Health, which I also became aware of at the same meeting where I identified the Virginia Warren program. So I'm going to be pursuing that. I hope to get some recommendations from them on who we could potentially use. We want firms that have experience in this type of work to help guide us, and we certainly need to take a look at our fees. I hear comments about our fees being very high. There's also a lot of fees that we don't have that are the utilities charge. And there are also things that we lack, like commercial rates that differ from residential rates, and we need to be cognizant of that and make sure that we're being competitive. We're going to institute a bulk water meter program. At the moment, that's kind of not very well monitored. People hook up to a fire hydrant and get water from us basically with a phone call and verbal permission. That is a dangerous activity that we need to make sure is properly regulated, and we're going to purchase some equipment to actually issue meters when people want water so that we know exactly how much they've taken, and that if somebody else, i.e. the sheriff's department or the fire department or one of our employees or a citizen sees somebody connected to a fire hydrant, they're going to have an official piece of equipment and a permit in their hand that makes it clear that they're permitted to use the bulk water. And that also kind of needs to, it's part of the rate study, is one of the things that we don't have is a rate that we should be charging for a commercial customer who comes in here and buys water, just like you might have a commercial rate for somebody from out of the county that dumps something in a landfill. I assume they would pay differently than what would be paid if they lived here. In terms of staffing, we're still short 3 or 4 people. I'm getting ready to repost a couple of petitions. One was already posted and we had a very limited number of applicants. We're going to kind of reevaluate that. I'm not necessarily talking about more staff. I'm talking about using money in the existing budget to gain and fill vacancies. We have hired a full-time pump truck driver. That has been a blessing. It costs a lot of money to contract that out, and we need to keep that program moving. Hopefully we're going to be able to mesh that in with a fats, oil, and grease program. I did send staff to a 6-hour safety class about a week and a half ago on excavation and competent person training. This is something I consider to be mandatory for people to be able to comply with OSHA rules about safely working in an excavation. Obviously, our maintenance staff spends a lot of time in the bottom of a ditch fixing leaks, and they need to be aware of exactly how to do that safely and make sure we have the safe equipment or the right equipment to do it safely. In fact, unfortunately, 2 of our staff of 6 maintenance people were not able to attend because we had a sewer problem that day, and they arrived at class and had to turn around and leave. But I'm going to create a way for them to follow up on that. And then I plan on enrolling them in another class, which is going to be for confined space entry, which is also a very common hazard in what we do. They have not had this training, according to anybody that works there, other than maybe the one employee who's been here for about 10 years. And I'm extremely concerned about making sure they have the right training and the resources to work safely. I've been participating in a lot of engineering and construction type of work. I'm working very closely with Mr. Young, the county engineer, who's done an excellent job. Bryce, if you were here, I congratulate you in person. I know Chair Bender did that 2 weeks ago, but he's been had a lot on his plate, and he's handing some of that off to me. We have regular coordination meetings every 2 weeks to talk about existing projects. I'll give you a quick status update in a second. And I'm now getting involved with design review on new development projects, which is going to quickly fill my plate if I don't find somebody to help me do that. But it's good coordination for us to have. With regards to a couple of our current large-scale projects, the construction upgrades to the Hop Yard wastewater plant and the eventual decommissioning of the Perkins Corner wastewater treatment plant project, which I believe is like a 540-day project. So we're talking about a year and a half. They are about 32% of the way through that project in terms of time. They are now about 15% of the way through that project in terms of work done. If I recall back in September when I presented the 45-day update, they were only at 5%. So they're starting to move up to speed. Things are getting mobilized. We're still on track to have this done by January 1st of 2027. In fact, I believe about a month and a half or 2 months ahead of time. That is a consent order driven project and absolutely one we cannot afford any time delays on. There's also a project to complete the interconnection between the courthouse water system and the Circle water system. That project is pretty much 95% complete. We hit a little snag here right after I started here about 2 months ago with some issues with a Virginia DOT permit. We were able to work through that about 3 weeks ago and got the permit issued. And I believe that project will be, there was only like 3 excavations that need to be done to complete it. And the deadline was the end of this month in terms of the contract. And I expect that to be done on time.
Sorry, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, could we close the door?
I can hear some
Yeah.
chatter too.
Go ahead, Mr. Hamilton.
No problem. Other than that, just to give you an update in terms of the number of leaks, again, this is not something that I believe has been tracked until I started here, but we've had now 19 leaks since the 20th of July through the 21st of October. If you do the math on that over a 3-month period, multiply that times 4, you're talking about 76 leaks a year. And if you think about that in terms of our staff, you're talking about a leak or maybe almost 2 leaks a week. Which gives you an idea of how delicate our staffing situation is. In order to be proactive, not reactive, which I think is something I heard a couple of you talking about a minute ago, we need to make sure we have the right resources and the number of staff we need to work safely and to get these things done and still have capacity to take care of other things. So I'm going to continue to track that. We've talked a little bit about the water audit that's been conducted in Dahlgren and the issue with lost water and lost revenue. I am convinced that it is a clerical issue and that there is not a million a gallon a month water leak in Dahlgren, but I can't prove that yet. I know, Chair Bender, you asked me 2 weeks ago if I would have some more details about the plan to move forward on that by today. I hope to be a little further along than I am. I now have 3 companies engaged to provide us a price. However, I had to get some information I did not have, i.e. maps and number of miles of pipe of different sizes and things like that. But we have a company called 540 Technologies out of Pennsylvania who I've been in contact with. I've also been in contact with American Leak Detection, which is out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. And then there's a proposal that BOD provided from a sub of theirs, which I was not particularly impressed about. But we have at least those 3 that I expect to hopefully quantify within the next 30 days or so. This is one of the top priorities, is resolving that issue. We're losing money there. And it's also have an impact on the amount of available capacity we have for existing customers and future development. I also had a fairly lengthy discussion with the individual from Virginia Rural Water who conducted the original leak detection study. He was also convinced that he basically said he thought we had a very, quote, tight system. And this involves acoustic monitoring equipment where they're going around listening to valves and hydrants, trying to listen for leaks. And it sounds a little archaic, but it's actually can be pretty effective depending on the equipment. But in any case, he was equally convinced, I'd say, as I was. I don't want to put words in his mouth. He's not here, but that there's likely a clerical issue. Probably when we went from the transition from manual read water meters to automated meters, there were some that were missed. And in fact, we did identify one last week that we had assumed was disconnected. And because of a coincidence, we were working in the area and we identified a water meter there that hadn't been upgraded and it hadn't been read in a period of years, and 6 million gallons worth of water had gone through it since the last reading. There was a leak there running wide open that will probably equate to about 250,000 gallons a month. So if we can find 4 or 5 of those things, we'll get really close to having a more balanced system. In terms of compliance, as you know, we talked about this a month or so ago. We were able to eliminate one of the 3 consent orders and get that terminated through the DEQ. We've also most recently, and I didn't include this in my report, but we did place the pump station upgrades in service at the what people call the Burger King pump station over there on the corner of Dahlgren Road and 301. We are also about to secure some people to do work on installing backup generator connection equipment on 2 other pump stations that are part of that consent order and or corrective action plan. And also lead and copper sampling for all of our water systems was completed by October the 1st or September the 30th. And those results were hand delivered to each residence where the samples were collected, and also a copy was mailed to all the record account holders last Friday. There were no results that exceeded what's called the MCL, which is the maximum contaminant level. It's established by federal law under the Safe Drinking Water Act. So as far as I know, there are no high samples on lead or copper. If anybody has questions about that or water quality in general, feel free to contact me at any time. I think that pretty well wraps things up. I appreciate your support on the Virginia Warren program. I think that will pay dividends. I hope we never have to use it, but it's money well spent, i.e. it was free. But there are a lot of unique parts and pieces in a water and wastewater system, and some of those are long lead time items that have to come from one specific supplier because they fit one specific piece. If you don't have it and it's a critical piece of equipment, you can use this website to say, hey, does anybody have a 3-way valve that fits an 8-inch system on a wastewater return activated sludge pipe or whatever? And somebody in Richmond might say, yeah, we've got one, and they'll ship it to us. We buy them a new one. We could get theirs quickly, things like that. Last but not least, attached to this, when I sent you this report today, I just pointed out kind of 4 or 5 core things I'm going to be working on moving forward. Of course, my number one goal is to protect public health, continuing to ensure compliance with all federal regulations in accordance with the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Clean Water Act in the state of Virginia. The federal regulators basically turn things over to the Department of Environmental Quality and the Department of Health under what's called primacy. Secondarily, ensure compliance, of course, focus on the pursuit of all directives from the Department of Health and DEQ to comply with and resolve consent orders as soon as physically possible. Continue to focus on staff safety and ensure redundancy in all operations. Identify and resolve the Dahlgren water audit discrepancy, provide capacity for continued economic development in the region, and eliminate water loss and lost revenue. And lastly, develop a long-range strategic plan in coordination with the county. And I've been working with Mr. Smolnick and his staff on that. I don't think there really has been one in the past that includes responsible budgets or will provide a vision and pathway for world-class utility operations. So thank you all for hearing me out. I'd be glad to entertain any questions you have, and I'll just close with this. It's going to be my new motto: water does not divide us, it should unite us. So.
Thank you. I know Mr. Collins has a question, but I would like to add 2 things onto your list. And I know one of them we've mentioned is the irrigation survey, because I know Mr. Sullins and I are going to probably start getting emails soon if that's not addressed. And then some kind of plan for an overall flushing all the fire hydrants. We had that discussed during the Claydale issue, that we needed really a plan of how we were going to flush all the fire hydrants around the system. And that I think they had one a long time in the past, but I'd just like to add those 2 things on. And I know Mr. Collins has some questions. Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you mentioned earlier about the debt fee and
Yes, sir.
the billing and how you want to redo the bill. This is a comment, this is not a question. I don't want the debt fee being hidden inside the bill where people don't know how much the debt is. I'd like to keep the debt fee so I can see how much we're paying for debt. The second one is a question. In 90 days that you've been here, have you applied for any grants?
No, sir, but I have 2 on my desk. One that's going to go out in the next few weeks.
Can you provide a timeline for these grants that you're going to apply for?
I expect to apply for the grant to support the rate study, I would say within the next 30 days. The other one is going to be a little bit more long range, but I'm looking at the end of the year. And there may be more than 2 grants, but I don't want to make any promises I can't keep. I'm still learning. I will always be learning.
So, that's it's important that you stay on top of the applying for grants. And so I would like to know what grants you're going to apply for within the next 90 days and what other ones timeline after that.
All right, well, how about I'll commit to this. I'll send you an email before the end of this week that will identify both current grants that I'm looking at, the timeline on the one that I know we're going to apply for, and my projected timeline on the other one, as well as anything else I think might be applicable. Would that be suitable?
It'd be great.
Okay. In response to your comment about the quote debt fee, number one, I'm committed to being transparent. I think the word debt fee is misleading the way it is identified on the bill because it's not based on debt. There is no calculation in your regulations that shows how that fee is related to your debt service. Every other utility I've ever dealt with, water or wastewater wise, has what's called a base rate. Now, we could still have it called a base rate and then say on the bill, X percentage of your base rate goes towards your debt service. And I think that would be accurate. But at any time, I'm sure if people had questions about the debt, and I certainly don't have this information at my fingertips after 3 months, but I would be pleased and want to answer people honestly with respect to what is our debt service, what is our debt, how does that compare to other utilities. This is part of the things that a rate study will help us get. I can tell you that the base rate on my personal water bill, obviously in another jurisdiction, is close to $200. And then the price per thousand is less than what you charge here. But if you took my same usage and put it in the King George calculation, it would be significantly less. And I am a family of one on my water meter. So that's the kind of comparative I want to be able to present. And again, I hear what you're saying. I don't want to hide debt service from anybody. I think that the way that fee is calculated now, it's simply established as a certain amount per bill. And I don't know that it really reflects a debt fee. It's a base rate. But you should be able to know what the debt fee is or what the debt cost is. That seem reasonable?
Yeah, or how much each individual on their bill monthly are paying for the debt fee.
Yes, sir. I think that's consistent with the way things should be done and the way I'd like to be able to present it.
Because if you listen to people, the debt is a big deal.
I hear Ms. Lovell every meeting, and I'm well aware of that.
So I don't
point out that very few people buy $1 million house and have the cash to pay for it. So it's not unusual to have some debt in this industry. There are things that cost extraordinary amounts of money that you have to spread costs. But we need to make sure we're doing things in a responsible manner and in a way that's consistent with how other utilities do it, so that you can compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges.
So, thank you, Mr. Hambleton.
Yes, sir.
But as far as comparing us to other utilities, that's kind of like comparing us to Spotsylvania and Stafford. I don't want to be compared to them. So, I'm more interested in how it affects the citizens of King George and the way out of that debt and the more affordable water and sewer rates.
Yes, sir. Please don't take this as an argument. All I would say is if I did that debt rate and it was just me doing it or that study, I would want to look at another utility that has 4,600 customers, not another utility that's next door. You know what I mean? We're going to try to make it as reasonable and fair as we possibly can. And again, it's only guidance. It's not recommendations. But I hear you. You want to be fiscally responsible with our rates, and I'm 100% in support of that.
Mr. Collins, do you have any other questions? Mr. Solons, Mr. Davis?
No, ma'am.
I don't have any questions. Thank you very much for your report. I will open it now to a secondary public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Does anybody like to come up and have any further comment on the service authority only? Is there anybody online?
No, Madam Chair.
I got to get used to that voice from above now, not looking to the back. Thank you very much. Did anybody get any correspondence while they were up here? No. With that said, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I move that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the multipurpose room of the Parks and Recreation Building located at 8076 Kings Highway, King George, Virginia.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. 11-02, we now are in a public hearing. The King George County Board of Supervisors now hold a public hearing that's been properly advertised to receive input from the public regarding such. Special exemption application Z-2024-00240, utility scale solar facility located on certain real property in the county identified as county tax map 8-1. I'll first ask for a staff report from Ms. Kelly LaDuke. I will then open the floor to public comment. You jumping up?
He started it.
Public comment at that time will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name and where you vote so it be in the public record. Upon completion of the public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration. Angela, I guess you're looking to go first, so whatever you want to do. All right, it's all right.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that warm welcome. I appreciate it. So good evening to you and the members of the board. I am Angela Ferrugi, and I'm here this evening to present to you the Caledon Solar Special Exception Permit request. Chris, could I get my PowerPoint presentation? This is the applicants. Or Jackie, are you doing it? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think you can get to it there. Staff presentation. You can get to it there. Perfect. Thank you, Chris. So there we go. Maybe. No? Okay. So, yes. Again, I'm Angela Ferrugi. I'm here this evening to present to you the Caledon Solar Special Exception Permit on behalf of Community Development. This is not working. Point it towards the door? The back door? Back there. Okay. Killing me, Chris.
Mr. Dines, is there a possibility you just, Ms. Rogie, if you just need next slide, just say next slide and Mr. Dines will switch it.
Yes, I can do that. Great suggestion. Okay. Yeah, the applicant in this case is Terraform Power. The project is Caledon Solar. As mentioned, they're requesting a special exception permit to allow utility scale solar in A1 zone property. Next slide, please. I apologize. This is a little bit on the smaller side. I do have a zoomed in version and later slides, but I wanted to show you the overall project area. So on the left there, you see, let's see if this works. Yeah, that works. On the left here, you see the project highlighted parcel 8-1, the entire parcel, which is approximately 1,430 acres. It's tax map parcel 8-1, located just east of Caledon State Park, and 218 is here. So again, for some scale and reference, the entire parcel is this black outline here. I said over 1,400 acres. However, the special exception area that they are requesting is here in purple, about 216 acres, and the facilities themselves encompass approximately 122 acres. So that's what you're looking at here. Next slide, please. So some general information on the project. There's the tax map parcels portion of 8-1. Yeah, I went over all of that information already. The applicant is Caledon Solar or Terraform Power. The existing zoning on property is A1. It will remain A1. The applicant's requesting a special exception permit to allow a utility scale solar facility. They're located within the rural development area and more specifically Potomac River north. And the zoning surrounding the property is A1, A2, and Parkland. Next slide, please. Okay. Our zoning ordinance defines a utility scale solar energy as a ground mounted solar facility that generates electricity from sunlight on an area adequate to support a rated capacity of 5 megawatts alternating current or greater. This application is proposing 22 megawatts. Next slide, please. This slide is really just for reference and for the audience here, as the board is very familiar with the standards and procedures for evaluating a special exception. Those are located in Article 3 of our zoning ordinance. The utility scale solar, as mentioned, is allowed by special exception permit in A1, and that's per Article 6, the use matrix of our zoning ordinance. And then in Section 7-7-10, there are use performance standards that are applicable just to utility scale solar energy that the applicant must meet in order, if granted the special exception permit. Next slide, please. In addition to the main request before you this evening of the special exception permit, there are 2 subsequent requests that come along with that by the applicant. One is a consideration for height, and I have quoted the section there that says if the utility scale solar facility is ground mounted, the height shall not exceed 15 feet at its tallest point, including appurtenances. But our ordinance also gives the Board of Supervisors the ability to approve a greater height based on that demonstration of significant need and to show that impacts have been mitigated. So the applicant this evening is requesting, they only need 15 feet of height for their solar panels and their racking, but they do request to exceed that 15 feet for an anemometer weather station, so the appurtenances that come along with it, and that's for the functionality of the property or of the project. They are mitigating it by, which you'll see later, buffering and vegetation. Next slide, please. The second subsequent request is in relation to the time frame. In accordance with our zoning ordinance, any special exception permit for any use would expire if the applicant did not obtain site plan approval or commence use within 2 years, unless the board approves a longer time. Based on, I understand from the applicant, based on requirements through Dominion Energy and other studies that are outside of the county permitting process and our control, they are requesting to have up to 5 years to obtain the building permit after approval of the special exception permit, just to work through some of that red tape. So they're asking the Board of Supervisors for that this evening as well. Next slide, please. So here you will see a proposed layout of the property. I wanted to point out a couple of components here. The purple here, again, is the special exception permit area that they are requesting. The connection point to facilities is here. The orange area, it's a little hard to see, but the orange area here is the exception area that you'll hear some about with the conservation easement. The light green is the actual facilities of the solar panels themselves. And then the access road, part of that is existing already, but it comes in and at some point they do have a crossing already, but becomes proposed. Let's see, we've got wetlands through here, as well as RPA on the outside, resource protection area. This is their designated wildlife corridor to allow free flow of wildlife through here. The applicant is proposing additional vegetation along the east side there. I think I've hit everything on this slide. Next slide, please. This is just a more up-close version of it because I wanted to show the overall, but that way if anybody wanted to see this in more detail. Again, the light blue under here is the wetlands. The applicant did have the wetlands delineated by a consultant. Again, the facilities, access road through here and down, and that additional vegetation along the east side. Next slide, please, Chris. you. The applicant did prepare an exhibit to show the proximity to the neighbors. Again, it's a little hard to read here, to each of the closest neighbors here. By ordinance, we require that it's at least, the facilities are at least 200 feet from the nearest residence. The closest residence is this one here, and it's just over 500 feet. Next slide, Chris. Oh, can you just click through those? Sorry. Thank you. That's it. Yeah, thank you. So as mentioned earlier, this project lies within the rural development area, specifically Potomac River North. As you've heard this evening, and everyone knows, one of the major goals of our comprehensive plan is to preserve, encourage, and sustain the rural character of King George County and non-primary settlement areas. I just tried to pull a couple of the most relevant sections I felt to the presentation here. The industrial, there's an industrial strategy that indicates to ensure that all new industrial uses provide adequate protection of the adjacent existing land uses through techniques such as setbacks, landscaping, screening, noise, lighting controls, access control, et cetera. The way the applicant is proposing to mitigate that is through their proposed conditions, as well as the performance standards that I mentioned earlier within our zoning ordinance 7-7-10. One of our transportation policies is to require right-of-way dedication and on-site roadway improvements for new land use related projects. The applicant has agreed in concert with our comprehensive plan to dedicate 70 feet of right-of-way from Caledon Road from the center line, pending approval from the Department of Conservation and Recreation. And then finally, I pulled the utility goal, which states to research and develop strategies to attract and support green energy such as solar and wind while balancing preservation of environmental resources. So as a solar facility, the applicant is bringing green energy and they're preserving their environmental resources by avoiding the wetlands, particularly with their solar panel racks. They're telling us they're going to avoid all of that, all of the wetlands in the RPA. And as mentioned earlier, they've established the wildlife corridor through the middle there. That's it. Next slide, please, Chris. There's a lot of information on this slide, but I'll hit the highlights. The applicant also had a cultural resource risk assessment performed. Those results are in the special exception permit narrative. And based on those results, staff recommends adding a condition to require that a phase 1 archaeological study be conducted and the resulting mitigation measures be implemented as may be recommended or required by any state or federal agency. The condition should also include that the applicant provide that confirmation back to King George County of the approval of the study and then any mitigation measures to be implemented. As mentioned, there are wetlands present on site. The delineation was performed by a third party. There's an existing access road crossing already over those wetlands. Any disturbance of wetlands, floodplains, RPAs would have to be reviewed by the county. That would come at site plan stage, as well as any other regulating authorities. But at this time, the applicant has shared with us that they are not intending to disturb any of the wetlands or RPAs with any of their solar panel or racking. In terms of noise, the applicant has indicated that there will be noise expected from construction, but it should not interfere or be a nuisance to the adjoining properties. They have conditioned construction hours that you can see up there, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday, with an option for the zoning administrator to allow work on Sundays. The applicant has performed numerous analyses, assessments, studies. All of that's in your packet, and I just listed a couple out there: a visual impact analysis, community impact assessment, environmental impact, traffic study, and a decommissioning plan. Next slide, please, Chris. This application was sent to all of the appropriate reviewing agencies, including Commonwealth Attorney, Economic Development, Health Department, Service Authority, Fire Rescue, Sheriff's Office, and VDOT. All of those letters are included in your packet. Next slide, please, Chris. The Planning Commission considered this application at their September 9th meeting of this year. They voted 4-1 to recommend denial to the Board of Supervisors. The reasons that they provided for their unfavorable recommendation included that the application was not compatible with the county's responsibility to provide for the preservation of agricultural, forest lands, and other lands of significance. Next slide, please, Chris. From an overall staff analysis, staff has found that the special exception permit application has met the King George County zoning ordinance with the aforementioned board required approvals and exceptions, which was that 15-foot height and the time frame of the building permit. Staff has also found that the proposed conditions will assist in addressing, protecting, promoting health, safety, and general welfare. But as mentioned, staff does recommend adding an additional condition regarding the Phase 1 archaeological study. Draft ordinance has been included in your packet. And next slide. With that, I thank you for your time, and I'll entertain any questions you may have for me at this time.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I do have one question.
Okay.
Thank you. Concerning the option of the noise.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sunday option and some other solar projects, there's kind of waffling language on why they can enact those options. And so my concern is no Sunday. You work within the hours you're given and that's it.
The board can certainly put a condition on it that states no work on Sundays.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Collins?
can I address Ms. Bender?
Yes.
I agree with you on the Sunday option, but I also don't think they should have if this were approved, have a Saturday work option unless there's rain and it's be a 1-for-1 Saturday. If it rained and they couldn't work one day, they could have one Saturday, but not Saturday being an option for work, and no Sundays whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Is that it? Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
Tyler, you're up, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all doing?
Doing well, thank you.
It's a hard presentation to follow up.
Hold on one second. Mr. Stroud, you had a question?
Well, I didn't have a question, but I had a comment regarding the last two comments. And that my simple comment is that I don't, I'm a capitalist, so I don't like government, be it us, telling businesses when and when they cannot operate. So, especially if it's not a noise thing and it's not bothering, which we've already said they're addressing that, then I don't think that the county government should be in the business of telling a business when and when they cannot work. That's the way I feel about it.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins.
could I address Mr. Stroud?
Yes.
So you fuss about the motocross on Sunday at your house, and I understand you're a capitalist, but you have to be concerned about weekend traffic, like over at Caledon. This weekend they had the wine festival. You wouldn't want construction going on Saturday and Sunday during that type of festival. You would want to be respectful to the neighbors. Thank you.
Right. They addressed the noise earlier in the brief, though, that they were addressing the noise issue. So, noise is a concern. Personally, I mean, from a religious aspect, it's a day of rest, but I just don't think it's our responsibility or our job to tell them when they can do business. They need to mitigate the noise so not to bother the neighbors. I got that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Collins.
I think it is in our privy to protect the citizens and the residents around there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would also like to jump in that just briefly. From what I understand, we've had no solar projects here in King George County, but from other localities, those pylons that are driven in make a very loud noise. So there is noise. I disagree with that.
All right. Sones, did you want to talk? You good? All right. Tyler, you're up.
Would we be able to go back to the first slide? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Tyler McGilvery, and I'm with Terraform Power, formerly Sun Tribe Development. I was born and raised in the Commonwealth, and for nearly a decade, I've had the privilege of working alongside landowners to preserve their family farms and properties. I got my start in traditional land conservation with Virginia Outdoors Foundation, and that experience continues to guide my work today. Now I focus on designing well-sited solar projects such as Caledon Solar that deliver real and lasting benefits to the communities that they serve. This is work that I'm deeply passionate about and extremely proud of, and I'm excited to share this project with you tonight. Next slide. Each of these 4 sections represents attributes of the project that I feel are important to highlight and will be expanded upon throughout this presentation. You will notice that these project features also point to areas of alignment with the county's comprehensive plan. Caledon will benefit the county. The project will provide $11.3 million in economic benefits over the project life, all without drawing on county services such as schools, water, or sewer. This number includes over $3 million in direct revenue to the county. The power produced by this facility will also be consumed locally, right here in King George County, and the resiliency of the grid will improve as a result of the project. Caledon will protect the watershed. I'm personally an avid fisherman and have grown up in and around the Chesapeake Bay for most of my life. For me, watershed preservation isn't just a professional priority, but it's personal. I know how fragile this ecosystem is and how vital it is to our way of life in the Commonwealth. Resource extraction, such as oil and gas, is a designated use in A1 through a special exception permitting process, but this project takes a different approach. By opting for a low-impact form of energy generation, we're helping to preserve the watershed and avoid the environmental and health risks that are associated with fossil fuel extraction. We're also committed to reestablishing the vegetation in the Chesapeake Bay resource protection areas internal to the site. Caledon will steward the land respectfully. We'll be planting native pollinators on site in accordance with the Department of Conservation and Recreation's Pollinator Smart program. Additionally, a dedicated wildlife corridor will be preserved through the site per Department of Wildlife Resource guidance to facilitate animal movement and habitat connectivity across the property. Finally, Caledon will be a good neighbor. The project will be well hidden and well screened from nearby roads and properties. Caledon is a known and predictable quantity. This is a passive, quiet, and unlit use with no dust, odor, or noise during operation. Through the remaining slides, I plan to demonstrate how Terraform Power develops solar differently than other projects you may have seen in other parts of the Tidewater region or other parts of the Commonwealth.
Tyler, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to be rude or anything. Is this pretty much the same one that we saw before, or is there some nuances in there?
It's very close. There's one additional slide in there.
Do you want to, it might be because I remember what you did, and I just, in the essence of time, right? There may be some specific questions from the board because we internalized this before. I just want to, you don't have to sit there and go through it again if you don't like.
Well, I appreciate that. If it's top of mind for you guys and that would be your preference, we could 100%.
Maybe we can ask questions that we generated from last time, and then
yes, sir.
And you can just answer them. And if you have an additional slide or something that you'd like some additional information, we'll get that. Okay. I think so. One of the main questions I have is, because they're talking about construction, is how long is the construction phase predicted to be?
Yeah, so the construction phase takes 8 to 10 months. But you guys were talking about the parts of construction that make more noise. Those are in the minority of the time. So that would, be more like 2 months of the process. 5 to 7 months are going to be, site stabilization, stormwater and erosion sediment control closeouts, things like that. The pile driving, the installation of the racking and the installation of the panels are during that 2 month period that I was talking about before.
Okay. And one thing that is different with this solar project than some of the ones that we looked at is the fact that 100% of all the energy is going to be consumed locally. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So the other projects that you've seen, or at least some of them, are larger and larger transmission level projects, interconnect to the transmission grid. This project is interconnecting at the distribution level. So it's interconnecting to 34.5 kV lines. Those are the 3-phase lines that you see along the side of the road. Right. This is interconnecting underground, as I mentioned last time. And so when that connects at the distribution level, it's absorbed hyper locally to where it's to produce. So local to not only the project, but also the substation that the project is connecting to.
So there's no new substation being constructed on the property, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Soul, do you have any questions?
Just one, actually. Can you remind me, this one actually this is another one of the projects that will save local residents money by subscribing to it, correct?
So that's the shared solar program, which is only for projects that are less than 5 megawatts.
Got it. Okay.
So this project will not be a part of that program.
Okay, so it's strictly just the revenue generated for the life of the project then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But also, as solar is the lowest cost form of energy generation available today, it works to not only stabilize prices, but drive them down.
No, I appreciate that. I just didn't want to be wrong at the top of my lungs when I'm talking to folks later.
Yes, sir.
It happens.
Mr. Collins, do you have any questions?
No questions, but drive prices down. I've never seen prices being driven down by any utility. That's just a comment. You don't have to respond to it.
That's not your responsibility, right? Mr. Stroud, do you have any?
No question, but you're talking about hanging the panels themselves and the racking. That's pretty quiet. The driving the pylons is the only thing that would make any noise in that.
That's correct.
Ms. Bender, you said you had a few.
Yes, thank you. And I told Tyler that I would have a few for him. And this is based on feedback that I have received from residents and in a couple questions for myself. So one of the questions I have, it was mentioned earlier that it would still stay A1. Is that correct? Because
Yes.
that is a gray area. It is a utility scale solar, so it's not really ag anymore, correct? There's like a technical fine line there because it becomes an industrial.
So this isn't a rezoning of the property. It's just a special exception permit.
Right, I understand
And
that.
so
It's just that fine line.
It will stay A1, and the decommissioning at the end of the project's life requires it to be removed in its entirety.
But my second question is on the decommissioning, and this is from myself. Is there any in the United States, any project, I know it goes back to how much should need to be in that bond. Is there any project in the United States that have been around 40 years to know what happens after you decommission?
There are certainly projects that have been decommissioned at this point for various reasons.
For 40 years?
It doesn't necessarily mean that the project had to run its entire 40-year lifespan. If the project was either no longer viable for some reason, there certainly are projects across the U.S. that have been removed.
But I wish you would show that data because that is one thing. But the 40 years is used a lot in the solar industry. And I think that's a misnomer because we don't have the data. And I don't know where would I find that data to see what has happened to the soil and the land when it's decommissioned, if that exists.
Understood.
So that would be a nice thing since I see some lobbyists in the audience, as I mentioned earlier. The next one is the wildlife corridor. A couple of residents that lived near there had expressed concern that it was using the runoff channel and that the animals could be, hurt using the wild. Is there a wider, where the wildlife would go that might have been in that area? It's a big property, so there's a lot of places for the wild. I mean, when I visited with yourself, there were turkeys running around, a very large amount of turkeys.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the wildlife corridor, which encompasses both the resource protection area and the existing streams and wetlands internal to the site, is relatively significant. Probably, if I'm estimating, 500 foot wide or something like that. So, there's significant area within that. And then the overall project area is only 120 acres split into two sections. So there's adequate area for habitat connectivity.
And being there, I saw that. So that's your question. But the other thing is there's a lot of talk about the cropland. And so from my understanding, in different areas of King George, there's cropland that's not very good and cropland that's not, that is very good. There's a lot, but this particular site, from my understanding of the history of it, it has underperformed as cropland. It's pretty bad cropland.
That is also my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
And then I would agree with the historical study because knowing that property, I mean, it was in the national news about what was found on that property with the historical African-American cemetery. But from my understanding, that whole area down that land had Indian sites, villages over the history. So I would be interested in that historical phase 1 study.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sullins?
Not a question so much as a comment for the folks that are in the room and anybody that's online. Just to clarify, I realize we hit fast forward a few minutes ago. We've all seen this brief once before. Most, if not all of us, have actually had the chance to walk the land and actually talk face to face with Tyler and Sunya, and got a lot of information clarified that way. If y'all have questions that we're not addressing, please make sure you come up during public comment and ask your questions so that we can take care of all that.
You can also go back and watch the last meeting because the presentation's in that one as well, right? So that's the same. That's the reason why we did that. So before I get to Mr. Stroud, I did get asked by a constituent, why the Planning Commission had voted against it. And the Planning Commission kind of got into the legality of it as far as because of the conservatorship there, could something like this happen? And you can understand that it's not the board's power, nor is it we're not judges, we're not lawyers, we're not here to predict or to determine the legality of the case. That is for the state of Virginia and the legals involved, the lawyers involved to determine all those things. So even if we said yes or no, but if we said yes to this today, it would still have to, it'll still go through the process of that. And if they say that it's not, the state of Virginia says it's not able to be done, then it wouldn't be done. But that's not our decision. We're not here to make those decisions. We're here just to say whether or not this is something that's for King George. I do think solar farms have their places when saying that. They do have a way to keep land rural because it will go away. It's not a permanent structure. It's something that will go away in generations 50 years from now when you and I are no longer here. That land will still be preserved as that is being decommissioned. So I think they can be. I think they can also be put in the wrong places. So that's all I want to say about that. Mr. Stroud, you had something to say?
I didn't know there was a cemetery Ms. Benderman brought up.
It wasn't an actual cemetery. There was tombstones that were deposited from a cemetery in DC when I think a train station was built, and they were found on the property. And Senator Stewart and other organizations that I cannot remain up, they worked to remove them and find a proper place for them to reunite them, possibly with the.
Yeah, I don't think those are anywhere near this. I think they were on the shoreline.
They were on the shoreline.
Correct, but I do know from talking to a lot of folks, especially Elizabeth Lee, about the Pocahontas's family or tribe, I'm not using the right words, had a lot of settlements down the Potomac River. And so, gathering those artifacts are important. The Dissington property had a lot of stuff on it that was previously looked at in the mining. So I just want to make sure we preserve our history also.
Have you guys looked to see if there's any dinosaur remains or bones or anything there? Because maybe we need to preserve those as
Did
well.
George Washington sleep there?
He slept everywhere.
Yeah, that was confusing. There is no African-American cemetery there. They were deposited from and just dumped on the property. So Mr. Stewart has gone through the process of trying to make sure they get back to the right place. So it's very unfortunate. Any other questions?
Just to make that statement clear, so they were headstones that were deposited for riprap on the shore because they took a cemetery, African-American cemetery up north and moved the cemetery and threw all the riprap there.
Yep.
And then it's now been, all the headstones been brought back to the original place. Thank you.
That's correct. Do we have any other questions? Do you want to go over, you said you had an additional slide of information. Do we address it already or do you think we need to hit it up?
It was just a slide that talked about the project's alignment with the comprehensive plan, which I think has been sufficiently outlined in our project narrative and additional supplemental materials. So unless you guys have questions about that, I don't think we need to go over it.
I do not. No, sir.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Now going to open the floor up to public comment. As mentioned, keep your comments to 3 minutes. Please state your name, where you vote. That way we can be in the public record. If you don't live here, just state where you live. James Shaw, AKA Pastor, AKA EDA, AKA Man of Many Hats.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, speaking as a member of the EDA while not representing the authority. The balance of using agricultural land for hybrid uses is a relatively new concept. Gone are the days when a solar developer strips the land of topsoil, sells it to the guy down the street who buys and sells dirt. We don't do that anymore. Hybrid applications allow for the preservation of the land. Sheltered in the shadow of the protective panels, various grasses and plants will be growing. Pollinators can pollinate. Life goes on in the shelter of that protective covering of the panels. The land will benefit as the surface soil temperatures are reduced. Carbon sequestration will be able to transact naturally, and people, I don't know what I read there. People connected to the grid near and far can recycle those photons from the sun. Hidden behind a screen of flora, life, once completed, will go on at property, and most people will never realize it's still there. Thank you.
Andrea Reese.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Andrea Reese. I live in Arlington. I work throughout Virginia, and I'm representing Chesapeake Conservancy, a nonprofit that works to protect the lands that support the waters of the Chesapeake Bay. It's in my role as a practitioner of land conservation that I want to speak with you tonight. I have 20 years of experience in land conservation at the local, state, and national levels. And I'm not going to speak about the legalities of the easement on Cedar Grove Farm. I know you don't want to hear about that. Instead, I want to speak to the ways in which land conservation and county comprehensive plans are meant to work hand in hand. In Virginia, we have a distinctive feature of the way we go about protecting land from development. Landowners who want to place their land in easement cannot go ahead unless protecting that land aligns with their local comprehensive plan. Comp plans often lay out a range of ways that protecting land is in the public interest: to protect water resources, to protect agricultural soils, to preserve historic resources, and so on. King George County's comprehensive plan has for years identified such resources as worthy of conservation. Sometimes a comp plan even names a specific property as having those resources. That is the gold standard. On page 99 and forward, King George County's comprehensive plan, it describes Cedar Grove Farm in just this way. So back in 2001, when Cedar Grove Farm was placed in easement, the deed itself on page 2 described the ways in which protecting its agricultural, historic, and watershed resources served to uphold and further the King George County Comprehensive Plan. How then could replacing the agricultural fields on Cedar Grove Farm with 122 acres of any kind of development be anything other than backtracking? Keeping these fields open and undeveloped was already decided to be the path consistent with the comp plan. I'd like to add one more piece of information. It's another distinctive feature of Virginia's laws on land conservation, and it is perhaps solution-oriented. It acknowledges that sometimes there's a rebalancing of which land uses are in the public interest. Code of Virginia, section 10.1-1704, provides a way to have no net loss of conservation land. It involves replacing land that was conserved in the past and will now be developed with other land of at least as much conservation importance. I noticed last month during a discussion of Daisy Solar that you as a board have the ability to give applicants a little more time to get things right. In the event you feel you must approve the Caledon Solar proposal, I would encourage you to add this requirement to do it the right way by requiring replacement of this protected land. That would ensure that the people of King George County and all Virginians don't have a net loss of the community's protected undeveloped lands. Thank you for the chance to speak with you.
Thank you. This next one, I can't, your first name, but the last name is Kane. It looks like you lost control of the pen.
It stopped working. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mike Kane, and I'm the Director of Conservation with the Piedmont Environmental Council. We're based in Warrenton, Virginia. I've worked with landowners on land conservation for 25 years, including the last 10 at PEC running our conservation programs. I want to speak tonight to the consistency of the Caledon Solar Project with the comprehensive plan. As you know, the zoning ordinance requires that the special exception shall only be approved if it conforms with the comprehensive plan. Angela graciously, through her report, previously identified several major elements of the comp plan that refer to this application. I would just add one additional one of the major goals being protect critical environmental resources and maintain natural resources for future generations. I'd also just like to reiterate one of the standards related to utilities, which is the comp plan only references solar once, and it suggests that strategies to attract and support green energy, such as solar and wind, shall be pursued and attracted, importantly with the qualification while balancing preservation of environmental resources. So what is the appropriate balance for this application? As Andrea just mentioned, Caledon or Cedar Grove Farm is specifically referenced in the comprehensive plan for possessing significant natural heritage resources as well as significant historic resources that are worthy of conservation and preservation. Recognizing the value of the conservation values at Cedar Grove Farm, state and federal agencies secured about $1.4 million in 2001 to acquire an open space easement to ensure protection of those resources for the benefit of future generations, again, consistent with the comp plan. As you all are aware, there has been much discussion about whether the Department of Conservation and Recreation has determined whether this proposal is consistent with the terms and the provisions in that conservation easement. They have specifically indicated that they are not. The easement does not provide for utility scale solar or really envision in any manner the scale of development or disturbance anticipated under this proposal. In light of the recognized significance of Cedar Grove's resources and the fact that the application does not appear to be consistent with the open space easement, the applicant's proposal fails to fulfill the comp plan's goal of permitting solar development while balancing production or in balancing protection, or in this case, maintaining protection of environmental resources. PEC doesn't regularly work in King George County, but I'm here speaking tonight to this application out of concern about the implications and precedent being set by the board's action.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
In short, I just want to highlight that we believe the application doesn't provide the right balance, and approving the application sets a precedent inconsistent with the comp plan that will be hard to turn back both for King George and for other Virginia jurisdictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Thank you. Blake? The good town of Chesterfield, huh?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Right. From Colonial Heights, though.
Okay.
I live in Chesterfield now. But good evening, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, great to be with you all tonight. My name is Blake Cox. I'm with a nonprofit called Energy Right, where we want to see energy done the right way on the local level. The folks on property rights, conservative ideals, including all of the above approach to energy. We want to ensure there's a common sense voice on the local level when we're having these really important energy discussions. So as you all continue to consider projects here in the county, we would just encourage you to keep an eye on property rights. So meaning someone can do what they want with their land as long as they aren't affecting their neighbor or their community. We hope you also be mindful of the economic growth opportunities that come along with clean energy investments. We believe that solar projects should pay their fair share in taxes so that all residents can benefit. And siting agreements are a useful tool to offset county expenses or allow leaders to lower taxes on residents. It's important to remember that additional tax revenues from solar projects do not strain public services like other types of development that could be proposed or built on the same property. These tax dollars can help lower taxes on your citizens, as we've seen in other Virginia counties with solar projects, or go to repairing roads, infrastructure, funding our schools are very important first responders. If done responsibly, solar is a quiet, odorless, out of sight, out of mind land use and neighbor that can generate millions of dollars for county projects and needs. So we would just urge you to move forward in the consideration and approval of responsible solar developments here in King George, so that landowners may move forward with these projects and the benefits may be fully realized by the county. Thank you all.
Thank you, Blake. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Go right ahead. Ms. Gonzalez, you're next.
Hi, I'm Gail Galata, and I'm in the Marone district. There's 2 houses that actually butt up against that. I'm one of them. 500 feet of my property hits what I call Nash's property because he's been there so long. When we first seen this, we said no. We called them up. They asked, can you please let us come and talk to you? The guy spent 3 hours at my house, walked all 500 feet of my property that butts against that, told us a lot of information, said, don't believe me, look it up. Just don't take my word for it because I want the solar farm. Just look it up, please. So we did. 5 times we've had to call them because we've had questions. We don't have a problem with a solar farm. Now, there's only 2 houses that hit this. Otherwise, it's a road, a railroad bed, water. We're the ones that would be affected by it. I don't want houses there. I don't want a gun range. I don't want oil wells. I would like cows, but that's not an option. This is an option that I can at least end my life in some peace and quiet. So I'm all for it. As far as the fossils go, you have to go to Muddy Creek, and there was actually a marsupial there. I know that because it's named after my husband. Otherwise, this was all underground. There was no, it's underwater. So a lot of shark's teeth and that is under here, but you're not going to find a dinosaur, hon. Sorry.
Carrie? How you doing, Carrie?
Hi. Good. Thanks, Bill. Good evening. My name is Carrie Gonzalez, and I am a resident of the Dahlgren District. I come before you this evening to ask you to deny the special exception permit for construction of a utility-scale solar facility on 215 acres of land zoned for agricultural preservation. I noticed that the Caledon Solar LLC Terraform Power presentation does in fact cite sections of the county's comprehensive plan implying compliance. However, I would argue that requesting a special exception permit to allow for a utility scale solar project on land currently zoned for agricultural use suggests obvious non-compliance. Chapter 1, Section C of the 2019 King George County Comprehensive Plan states that a key provision of the plan is to preserve, encourage, and sustain the rural character of King George County in the non-primary settlement zones. Section D goes on to summarize concepts for future land use in the county, number 4 stating to discourage scattered, uncoordinated development in the remainder of the county in order to retain agricultural uses, forest uses, very low-density residential uses, and water resources. Construction of a utility-scale solar facility on land zoned for agricultural preservation amidst streams and wetlands seems to me to be precisely the kind of scattered, uncoordinated development that the comprehensive plan, in fact, itself discourages. Management of this county is a big job, as you all know, and effective local government relies on decentralization of expertise, manifested in King George County as it is throughout the rest of our country through reliance of county decisions on the expert opinions of individual boards and commissions. The members of the Planning Commission have been appointed by yourselves or by your predecessors and are charged with reviewing and making recommendations on requests such as special exception permits. I encourage you each, as respectable members of this board, to heed the recommendation made to you by the Planning Commission to deny this request due to incompatibility with the county's responsibility to provide for the preservation of agricultural and forest lands and other lands of significance. To do otherwise would be to dismiss their expert opinion in exchange for deference to the special interest of a prominent member of this community who just so happens to be serving as the county attorney in addition to being our Virginia State Senator. I encourage you each to vote as you were elected to do, with impartiality in accordance with what is right and not what may be easiest. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? You're next, sir. No, come on up, Anne Marie.
Hi.
As long as it's not about the service authority, we're good. All right.
No. Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. My question is, I want to ask them where the panels going to make, in China or in United States? Also, my another question is, who is going to benefit? King George residents or the power company or these people? And another thing is 218 is the most dangerous road in King George. Also, we have Caledon, the people, we had a ranch on the other side. That road is really busy all the time. But when they building this, there's gonna be cars all the time. The traffic is gonna be awful. Well, just that I'm gonna say, thank you. I want you to think and wait where this panel is going to make it.
Amen. Sir?
Good evening. I'm Rabas Batani. I live on Lambs Creek Church Road. My family's had a farm there since the 80s. We have about 200 acres that's also in a conservation easement. I'm all for solar. I've at great expense put in-ground solar mounts for the two houses on my property. But it seems to me this is a very good project, but not at the right place. Doesn't make sense to me that our own planning commission would say no, and every relevant agency that studies this kind of thing would say this is not what it was intended to be. But the fact that Mr. Stewart has power and money is trying to make this happen. My question to you is, are we a society that respects those in the unique position to have information on the impacts of things like this? Are we a society that respects those decisions that have been made and provisions that have been put in place, like easements, for what I think is the greater good? Or do we just continue to steamroll down this road of letting people do what they want, despite the fact that it's not like he didn't buy this and it wasn't already in an easement? The decision was made. So I don't think it's up for you to litigate or decide. The decision was made. This is not what this property was supposed to, an agreement was made. State funds, federal funds were put in to keeping this as an open land easement. Again, love solar. I hope we can put a lot of solar in King George. But why would we start by putting it on land that's in an easement for conservation? That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And to make light of any archaeological finds or stuff that might be there, I found that a little offensive. This is a serious issue. And again, all for solar. But why are we even talking about this? Why is it, this is an exception being made? Just, it's not zoned for this. You're deciding on whether to give them an exception when the land has already been designated for us to not have this kind of use. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Lori Schlemm. I'm in the James Monroe District, and if I could have 3.5 minutes, please, and I will follow up on these last two speakers. A month ago, King George won big with the expansion of Caledon State Park and saving 465 acres from development. Everyone approved this expansion along with Senator Stewart. A win for King George County, sticking with the comprehensive plan of preserving and rural characteristics of King George. 3 weeks ago, I put together a 3-ring binder for each and every one of you. Enclosed is a copy of the easement from 2001, all the communication between the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Land Trust Alliance, with DCR being holder of both the easement and deed. All agree this easement is a legal binding promise in perpetuity to protect the Cedar Grove Farms conservation values and enforce the easement terms. Also enclosed are letters from Senator Stewart, including his July 8, 2024 letter threatening legal action if anyone impedes his right to proceed. What changed? Let's be transparent. Senator Stewart, owner of Cedar Grove Farm, and King George County Attorney. He is a member of the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resource Committee, Senate Finance of Appropriations Committee, and the Virginia Land Conservation Foundation. He knows conservation. Let's be transparent. Is this a conflict of interest? What has changed in King George? The Planning Commission approved a large solar farm in Shiloh District, and the board supervisors declined it. What changed? What makes putting a solar farm in the middle of a wildlife agriculture easement better than the open land right down the road? What has changed? There are better options. Senator Stewart could have a solar farm, maybe on the land in Shiloh. Our options here, if we take our time and discuss the venture further, the current owner of Cedar Grove would be happy. The residents would be happy, the Board of Supervisors would be happy, and the promise made to Jim Nash 24 years ago would continue to be protected as it should. Let me read out loud a part of my cover letter in your binder. I was raised in a military family. My father, a combat veteran of 3 wars. From him, I learned that integrity and character means your word. To me, integrity is choosing to succeed by honest means, upholding moral principles even when it is difficult, and standing firm on values even when it requires going against the crowd. Now you know where I come from and the foundation of my beliefs. It is my hope that you are clear, have an understanding of both the importance of conservation easements and the deep unconditional love that our people in this community have for the environment, preserving these lands, honoring history, and promises made. Thank you for your time, your past leadership, and safeguarding the natural treasures of King George County. I respectfully ask for your careful consideration in this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, we have Savannah Allenson.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Hi. I'm Savannah Allenson, James Monroe, and I have a couple questions and also just general comments. At this time, the project is estimated to be 122 acres, and I'm wondering if they have plans to expand beyond this size. I support the use of alternative energy, but not the deforestation of the property. Additionally, how are you going to be protecting the waterway during construction? In the U.S., the construction of 4 solar farms in the U.S. violated the Clean Water Act, leading to detrimental levels of sediment in waterways, negative affecting the wildlife in the areas. I have other environmental concerns, but my main concerns are during the immediate construction, and then if there are any plans for deforestation to place the solar panels beyond that designated area at this point, as that would open Pandora's box, as you'd say, of climate concerns. Additionally, there are a lot of areas around King George that are classified as commercial. I'm wondering if we could rather place this somewhere already classified as commercial or industrial, rather than on land classified as agricultural preservation. Mr. Shroud said at the beginning of this meeting, and it became abundantly clear, we have an area designated industrial, plain and simple, in your words. Our wetlands in King George need to be protected above any promise of revenue. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, we have TM. TM, your hand is up. Are you willing to speak?
No.
Is there anyone else? Mr. Dines?
No, Mr. Chairman, it was just those two. Thank you.
Has anyone received any correspondence?
I do have one. I think all of us received it. I think you would like it read, but I've received quite a few, but this one is the only one I think that wanted to be read. So this is, I'm Al Hayes, and I live at 7115 Kitchen Point Road, King George. I'm in favor of allowing utility scale solar projects in King George County, and I encourage you to approve this special exception permit for the proposed Caledon Solar Project on Caledon Road. As you know, the King George County Vision Statement adopted a year ago reads as follows: to promote the general welfare by maintaining a rural county where all citizens can enjoy freedom and prosperity with limited government intrusion. That's a worthwhile objective. Now, your votes on this application for a special exception for this utility solar project will test whether or not the county is serious about following this vision and specifically about limiting government intrusion. The Caledon Solar Project will benefit the county and has been designed to assure that this project will minimize or eliminate any adverse effects on neighbors or the environment. I can't conceive of any legitimate reason why the county should have the right to dictate whether or not this property can be used for a solar farm, a use that would have zero impact on any other landowner or on the public. To dictate such restriction would be a perfect example of the government intrusion that the county has resolved to limit. In addition, the choice before this board is not necessarily between agricultural and solar. Realistically, today's choice is between solar and residential development. Like it or not, growth is coming to King George, and people want to move here, and the demand for housing and therefore land continues to increase. If this request is denied, it's very possible that a significant portion of this acreage would in the next few years be subdivided and sold as large lots to meet the continuing demand for residential home sites. I recommend that the board vote to approve this request. Such a decision would respect the owner's property rights and be in the best long-term interest of the county.
You have a correspondent?
Yes, sir. I received one, well, several, but this one's from Rebecca McGilvery. So, dear members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Rebecca Browning. So I read the email earlier. My name is Rebecca Browning. My husband and I are King George County residents who live in the James Monroe District. I'm writing to express my support for the proposed Caledon Solar Project. I work locally as a scientist and know how important solar energy and sustainability are for the environment. I would be proud to see solar energy take root here in King George County, and I believe that Caledon Solar represents responsible solar done right. This project can become a harmonious part of the King George County landscape that my husband and I call home, while also strengthening the homegrown energy resources of our region and our country. For me, that's a win-win, and I urge you to approve this project. Sincerely, Rebecca Browning.
Any more?
Yeah, I've got another one from Daniel Hudson. Just need to pull it up here.
Is that your last one? I'm only asking just, is that the last one or do you have more?
Well, there's another one from James Lynch.
Okay.
But this one's from Daniel Hudson. Dear King George County Board of Supervisors, my name is Daniel Hudson, and my family and I reside in the James Monroe District, King George County. I am an accomplished real estate agent who's active throughout King George County and a former member of the county's Economic Development Authority. I know how important thoughtful economic development is to support a thriving community and crucial county services. That's why I'm writing to express my support for the proposed Caledon Solar Project. It's not often you see projects like Caledon Solar, which will bring in millions of dollars in county tax revenue without creating a draw on county services in return. This helps the county expand and leverage its budget even more, making this an even better place to live, work, and play. I encourage you to vote yes for Caledon Solar. Daniel Hudson. And the last one I've got is from Jim Lynch. Dear members of the board, I'm writing to express my support for the proposed solar farm on the Cedar Grove property. The conservation easement agreed to by Mr. Nash and the Virginia Outdoor Foundation contained an exclusive zone set aside for oil and gas exploration. No economically recoverable oil or gas has been found in King George or the Northern Neck. The new energy source under discussion is now solar. There is no doubt in my mind that if the conservation easement was being negotiated today, Mr. Nash would include solar farms in the exclusion zone. The only logical reason to disallow the solar farm is if it can be shown that a solar farm sited in this exclusion zone is more detrimental to the environment than oil or gas exploration and production. And I don't believe that a thorough engineering analysis would show that that is the case. Thank you for your consideration, Jim Lynch.
Tyler, you can come back up. I know you got some questions. One thing about this piece of property, it's been Mr. Nash.
Mr. Chairman, I think you'll need to close public comment.
Okay,
if you're gonna...
public comments closed. Come on up. So, one thing about is this piece of property, what people understand, it has not produced crops. Even when Mr. Nash owned it, it was not crop producing, right?
That's my understanding.
Right. How big is it? How many acres is the project?
It'll be 122 acres.
How many of the acres are already cleared?
There's only, I can say backwards, there's only 2.5 acres that are being cleared.
There's only 2.5 acres of the property that need to be cleared, so there's no deforesting. The truth of the matter is if Mr. Stewart wanted to go out tomorrow and cut every tree down on his property, he could cut down every tree on his property, right? I mean, it's just the reality of it. So we're talking about 2.5 acres of this, the land's already cleared. And I'm just answering because we've had people talking about deforestation and protecting the forest and all this. We're talking about 2.5 acres of land that are going to be cleared. It's already cleared. The land itself is not crop producing. And if neighbors would rather have a big oil rig sitting out there or a gas pipeline, because it's approved for that. So but the solar farm thing is an issue, But if there are any of the questions that you got that you want to address, I'm going to allow you to do it.
I appreciate y'all's time. If I could bring up a representative from our team that would.
That'd be fine.
Good evening. My name is Ann Neal Cosby, and I am Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I'm not intending to get into any of the zoning here. I think it's been fully vetted, and I believe that you've adequately addressed the authority of the board and what it should consider in a zoning case. My sole purpose is just trying to clarify the record because I think that there were several statements about the state having rendered some type of finding that solar is not allowed in this area. And I'm not here to argue the point. I just wanted to point out for the board's consideration, because I think it got a little bit personal. In the deed of easement and the deed of natural preservation dedication that were entered into in 2001, neither of those expressly excludes solar. And in fact, the deed of preservation, the dedication mentions that the management of the property will be in accordance with a management plan. And those deeds you have in a binder that was given to you. In 2017, that management plan was executed with DCR, and by the express terms of the management plan, it specifically states that solar is permitted on the property in accordance with conservation purposes. So I just wanted to point that out, that statement's in the management plan. I think then it says development of solar energy generation project farm is a compatible use so long as such project is in accordance with the conservation easement and or the deed of dedication. Then the owner submitted information about the project later to DCR. Then you've got the letter in your packet from DCR noting in this specific circumstance, the installation of a solar project was contemplated by the management plan. However, the details of the project basically still need a little bit of work. You need to go and do some work to make sure it's in accordance with the conservation plan. And there's some comments from DCR there, but DCR is not saying it's not compatible. It's saying you need to go back and just do a little bit more work. And then that's when we get the letter from July 26 from 2024 from the Secretary of Natural and Historic Resources, again, confirming solar is permitted on the site, then acknowledging the owners made additional concessions in order to meet DCR's concerns. And the letter indicates, again, as I think the chairman was saying, with regard to what could be operated on the site in lieu of solar, the potential development would result in a conservation positive outcome due to elements like the restriction on current allowances for oil and gas exploration. So again, I know that the board will focus on the zoning as you've indicated, but again, I just wanted to make the record clear that the state has already spoken on this as well. So that's all I wanted to point out. So
Did you want to ask her a question, Mr. Collins?
Yes.
yes, sir.
Madam Counselor,
Yes.
so the authority of the Board of Supervisors is for the special exemption. We don't have an authority over the easement.
That's correct. And I think that Mr. Clark at the last meeting, and Mr. Davis and you, Mr. Collins, correctly stated, essentially the board's authority is limited to the police powers, health, safety, welfare of the public. And those powers are set forth in the Code of Virginia. We're a Dillon rule state. If it's not set forth in 15.2, I heard a cite to 10.1, that doesn't have anything to do with local zoning power. Your powers are in 15.2, health, safety, welfare, setbacks, height, those things. Nowhere in there does it authorize the board to consider state easements, anything that's within the state's jurisdiction. That's DCR's jurisdiction. DCR, as I've just indicated, is managing these easements. People may disagree with them, but those are the facts from those documents. So yes, sir.
So why are we talking about an easement? Because that's not what our authority allows us to deal with.
I would agree with that, sir.
So why are we talking about them?
I was just wanting to make sure the record was clear because I think that there was what I thought were inaccurate facts presented to the board and on the record. And so as a zoning attorney, I don't want any factual misstatements on the record.
Mr. Clark?
I think
Are we talking about the easements?
I'm sorry.
Are we talking about the conservative easements?
I think that council is touching on it, if I understand council's statement, is touching on it to clarify certain factual issues in the record. I think council agrees with you, with Chairman Davis, about a discussion that we had last week that whether or not the Commonwealth of Virginia as the easement holder is going to allow or disallow this project is not for this board. Whether or not a deed of easement or a deed of dedication allows or disallows is not for this board. This board is to consider the special exception. This board is conducting right now a legislative process. This is not a legal issue that we can address. I think what council was doing was simply trying to clarify some facts in response to some of the public comment. I think council, and council can certainly speak for herself, but I think council agrees with you, Mr. Collins, and with Chairman Davis, that the easement should not be before this board.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed, 100%. I just wanted to make sure that the record for this process was clear.
Yes, Ms. Bender.
Yes, and to clarify too, this is legal. The recommendation of mitigation, that also is not in our purview because there is no standing for, not standing, but
authority
or
Yes,
legal.
ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that too.
Yes, that's DCR's to decide. Your authority, as Mr. Clark has said, and the board has acknowledged, is health, safety, welfare in the zoning process only. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, do you have anything you want to add?
Just a couple of comments about some of the public comments and questions that were asked. There were some appreciated the comments from Miss Allington, I think it was. Hopefully her answers were answered by what our discussion was, Chair Davis, I also wanted to just reiterate, there's a question about the protection of the watershed, streams and wetlands on site. Wanted to reiterate that there will be no impact of the streams and wetlands on the project. Not only is the project set back out of the stream and wetland buffers, but also outside of the resource protection areas, and those resource protection areas will be revegetated. So to your point of clearing, 2.5 acres cleared, but that's actually going to be a net 25 acres of additional vegetation added to the project area. And that was my one comment. I'm more than happy to answer any other questions that y'all may have.
I don't think we have any more. We'll bring it. You have something?
Yeah, I do have to answer a question.
Okay.
My question is on what Emery, and I forgot about that, to make sure that any solar products panels have no ties to of adversarial foreign government in either the panels or what is in the panels.
So the panels, I appreciate you bringing that up. The panels that we use are tier 1 panels. It was in the proposed conditions for the project that would be the case. In addition to that, the federal government has foreign entity of concern requirements, and those requirements have actually been kind of juiced up over the past couple of months. So the project will have to comply with all of those at the federal level.
And now, just to clarify, is that because administrations change? Is that for the lifetime of the project?
I believe so.
Because I would like that clarified at least.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Collins.
So if I'm recalling correctly, in all this paperwork, it says there will not be any panels that are purchased from an adversarial unit. Is that correct or incorrect?
I would have to go back and look at the specific proposed conditions. I know that tier 1 panels were what we're proposing for the project. They're top of the line. They meet all of the federal foreign entity of concern mandates.
Go ahead. Any other questions? All right, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. I'll address a couple of things. I mean, so some things were brought up as far as, you've said no to this, and, you have to look at every project individually. You can't, they're all different. I mean, the one that was in Shiloh was 1,400 acres, where most of that was trees that were going to have to be cleaned. They were crossing major roads, that were crossing wetlands several times. There was nowhere in Shiloh that you were going to drive on a back road on a route that starts with a 6 where you weren't going to see it. It was going to affect hundreds of people. That project was totally different than you're looking at a couple of hundred acres. The Daisy Lane, this board, I'll speak, was ready to move on that project. However, they could not come to an easement agreement with the landowner. So that's something that they have to work out. I'm not going to do that too. It's totally different, but it's something that we're ready to move forward on. Could they get the easement taken care of? So to compare them all, they all have different things. It's not just a matter of, you said no to this one. Why would you do that? And now this is senator. So now you're going to say that has nothing to do with it. What has to do with it is it a good decision? Can the land be used for anything else? How many trees are getting cut down? Are the wetlands going to be protected? Is the energy going to be pumped directly in for local people to use and not just pumped into a substation to where it's pumped to Pennsylvania or somewhere else like some of the other ones that we've looked at? So it's a totally different. It's comparing apples and oranges of what you're comparing here. You're talking 2.5 acres of land that would have to be cleared because the land's already cleared and already not crop producing since Mr. Nash owned it. And people also forget that Mr. Stewart's family owned that before he owned it. Long time ago. So he just bought back what it was already in his family's. But I'll leave it up to the board to discuss. Mr. Collins?
Yes, sir. So the things I wrote down, the whole easement thing is nothing that we need to consider. I appointed 2 people to the planning commission. One voted for it and one voted against it. So I guess that would be up to me to what the tie would be, right? As far as who owns the land, I mean, if I own the land, would you be upset?
Yes.
If, you say yes, thank you. So Jeff Bezos owned the Amazon property and he has a lot of clout. Should we not consider that project because he's of prominence? Should we not consider this project because a state senator owns it? It's in 1,400 acres. The landowners next to it. There was an email I got from a different landowner that was right there, and they wanted it too. You already covered it, deforestation. I don't see members of the board why that we would not bring it forth in front of the board to be approved.
We'll bring it up for a vote tonight. I'm gonna let everyone speak on it. Are you finished? Yes, Mr. Sullins.
Thank you, sir. So this land is it's pretty much flat. There's not going to have to be a bunch of restructuring of the topography. They're not going to have to affect the drainage. It's mostly internal to private property. You're not going to see it from the road. Given where it is relative to special use airspace, you're not going to see it from the air either, because if you're flying over there, the DC Air Guard's going to intercept you and invite you to not fly anymore. So probably not going to happen there either. The neighbors who are going to see this actually like the idea. So it's not going to affect anybody. The property won't grow crops. It's been demonstrated year after year after year. They've tried a lot of different things. It just won't grow crops. What are we conserving? It won't grow crops. It's flat ground. It's not going to affect the waterway. It's not going to affect anybody's line of sight. We're not taking a couple acres worth of trees out. What are we conserving? We got a lot of emails and interaction from folks in other areas, specifically Northern Virginia, the world's capital for data centers, and encouraging us to be against this. This one in particular said that a group of attorneys sent a letter to the Secretary of Natural Resources back in May. I asked them, well, what was her response? Wasn't even worth her time to respond. Wasn't even worth her time to respond. I feel like this is a clear case of the property owner's rights. We need to uphold that. And as was pointed out earlier, it doesn't matter who owns the property. We have a couple of other small facilities like this that are coming before us. I don't know who owns that property, but if they want to use it in this way, if it does not affect the neighbors, it doesn't harm the environment, not going to hurt anybody, I have no issue with that regardless of who owns it. So this has nothing to do with the fact that our county attorney owns this. So that's all I've got.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, one of the things to jump off of what Mr. Sullins is, from my understanding, Senator Stewart pursued this before he was our county attorney. So I just wanted to clarify that. But the special use permit was, I know Mr. Collins and I were on the board when that was approved with the ordinance and zoning. And part of it was to make sure, not like other localities, that we allowed everything by right, that every consideration for solar, battery storage, and data center had a special use permit. So each project was looked at for its impact on the environment and the citizens around them. So that's why this is a special use permit. So each one is considered based on its impact. And when you look at, I walked the property and I asked a lot of questions, and Tyler could tell you I asked a lot of questions that I did not bring up here because I wanted to make sure that we dotted all the I's and not be influenced. And I made a point not to discuss it, to walk the property with anybody and then come up with my own research and to look at it to decide what was best and what kind of impact. Now, one thing I would like to see, and I don't know if I'll get it passed, but to add on to the conditions is the phase 1 archaeology study, because it is important. Because if you talk to people from DCR, they'll tell you, we don't have the information unless it's given for us. We don't go around and research every site unless the information we're told where to go. So it would help with this historical database, because that property has had a lot of history on it. And it would be great to save whatever artifacts are there that probably would be disturbed when when the solar farm is built. Another thing is, we need to make sure that we look at all those projects individually. And so the phase one is important. And the second thing is not working on the Sundays or on Saturday alternative. And that's important to make sure that we are, respect the neighbors and any noises and in Caledon Wine Festival, whatever goes on at Caledon, because that is our jewel in our crown. And I am a little concerned about the traffic on Route 218, and I should have asked that earlier because that is a windy road, especially where that property goes in, to make sure it's a dangerous area that maybe there's times that can go in to make sure that the big semis go in at the right time so that to respect so there is no accidents, because there's a lot of teenagers that use that road, and that is a fun road. So you want to make sure that there is safety, especially with all that construction equipment in that area. And the last thing we said, what is it, the phase one, and more to make sure, I know we keep saying tier one for those solar panels, but I would make it in there for the life of the project that those solar panels are not have any parts in it that are from foreign adversaries, because as you know, in the United States history, our foreign adversaries change. So I want to make sure that whoever's hostile in the United States, there is no solar panels, nothing in those solar panels that have any ties to anybody who's hostile to the United States. So that's all I have.
Mr. Stroud.
I don't think I have a whole lot to add other than the deforestation expenditure has 2.5 acres, but the forestry in Virginia is like a $23 billion industry. So people cut trees down, and that's a by right in an agricultural area. So stopping somebody from cutting trees down, you can love trees. I love trees, but they cut them down, they sell them, they replant them. It's their property. They do what they want on it. I went and toured the property, and from what I could see, none of this is going to be visible from anybody off the property unless you're flying a drone over it or you're looking from your airplane. So I don't see how it's really going to affect anybody other than the residents there that look at it. So that's all I've got, sir.
All right. So we will close the public hearing at this time. The public hearing is now closed.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I motion that the King George County Board of Supervisors approve special exception application Z 2024-00240 utility scale solar facility located at certain real property in the county identified as County Tax Map 8-1, contingent on the approval of utility scale solar facility siting agreement and subject to the results of a phase one archaeological study.
Could you read the end of that motion again, Mr. Stone? Good. You mentioned phase one archaeology, and to second or not, I wanted to.
I'm the one that normally sleeps up here. Come on. Okay, the end of it, just to be clear, I'm going to read the whole thing. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors approve special exception application Z-2024-00240 utility scale solar facility located at certain real property in the county identified as County Tax Map 8-1, contingent on the approval of the utility scale solar facility siting agreement. You're awake, right? And subject to the result of phase one archaeological study.
I'll second it. It's hot up here.
It is. And I wore a sweater like a dummy.
Motion made, properly seconds. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Friendly amendment.
All right, let's hear it.
No work on Saturdays and Sundays.
I'll second that.
Mr. Smolk, you had something to add?
So I did hear that this is contingent on the approval of a siting agreement. So I want to let the board know, it is, Mr. Clark and I have met with the applicants on the siting agreement. And before, this will be advertised as a public hearing at the next meeting. It's my job as a county administrator to ensure that a siting agreement, I can look the board in the eyes and says, this is the best deal for the county. I'm not sure I'm quite there yet. I'd like to, maybe meet with you guys over the next couple weeks. There are, some refinements that need to occur with this prior to me recommending it to the Board of Supervisors. So I just wanted to make that point clear that this has nothing to do with a siting agreement. It'll be contingent on a siting agreement at a public hearing at a future meeting.
This motion that's on the floor, does there need to be an action tied to it?
I'm sorry, you said that
Does there need
again?
to be action tied to it? In case the motions are made, then action needs to be tied to as far as who will execute, who will sign, things of that nature.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So by roll call, Mr. Stroud?
Mr. Chairman, if you could.
We got the motion and we get the friendly amendment.
Yeah, we need to restate it, I think.
All right.
So the question is, no, sir, your time's up, sir.
All right.
We're in a procedural situation here. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't.
It's all right.
Take over here.
Old habits die hard.
Sir?
I said old habits die hard. It's okay.
Sir, they do. I think you got to take up the amendment first, right? The minor motion you have to take up, right?
Yes, if you could just restate it so everyone could hear.
The amendment was no work on Saturdays and Sundays as part of the special exception.
And I seconded it.
And that would be as to construction?
Yes.
Okay. Because you wouldn't want to limit someone going and servicing the project if it was perfectly silent to do so. Something like
construction.
Are we good to move forward?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Stroud, how do you vote?
We're going to have discussion on it,
The amendment.
on the amendment.
You can talk about it if you like.
So if the work on the property doesn't make noise, why would we care?
I think Mr. Clark drew to construction.
Right, but their construction can happen. Putting up solar panels themselves doesn't make any noise. It's just bolts with wrenches.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins.
there was an amendment. We're voting on it, so you either agree with it or don't agree with that part. It has nothing to do with the major motion.
Well, I think that as long as everybody understands that you just don't want construction, whether it's silent construction done by mute people or whether it's, or what, you just don't want it done.
I didn't put that in my motion, anything to do with mute people
Okay, but you said no construction.
on Saturdays or Sundays.
Right. So I'm trying to point out that if it makes no noise, then you still don't want it done. So with that, I'm willing to vote, and my vote is nay.
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Nay.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Motion,
That was for the amendment, correct?
The amendment.
the amendment passed?
Yes.
Huh, okay.
It's your special day.
Yeah. But do we need to move on to the other one?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we have another motion. It's been a motion made, properly seconded. We need to vote on that one as well. Mr. Stroud, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
I just have a clarifying question. So does that add in the other motion that was the friendly amendment?
I think because Mr. Sullivan stated it, I think you're okay.
So it adds in the construction and the,
I believe so. I think he added it in.
I just want to make sure before I vote.
We just did.
You ought to take
Because it wasn't seconded until he said that, and then you seconded it.
a win,
I
Ms.
remember.
Bender, and say yay.
I'll say yay, but I just wanted to clarify first before.
Mr. Collins?
Yay.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the,
Mr. Chair, I've got another motion.
okay.
I motion that the King George County Board of Supervisors approve and affirm that the Caledon Solar LLC is substantially in accordance with the 2019 King George County Comprehensive Plan in accordance with Virginia Code 15.2-2232.
Ms. Bender, you look confused. It's a legal requirement.
Okay.
I have to find that it's.
That's why I was confused, because that wasn't,
Second.
Motion properly made, properly seconded. Any other further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
aye.
Mr. Collins.
Yay.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. We good with that? All right. Move on to action item 11-03, Mr. Chris Clark.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Chris Clark, Director of Parks and Recreation. I come before you tonight presenting a workforce development grant that King George Parks and Recreation was selected as one of 10 rural localities to take part in cohort 2 of the Workforce Development Community of Practice. This program, funded by the United States Department of Labor, provides up to $20,000 in reimbursable funds to be used as part of workforce development programs for youth and young adults ages 14 to 21. King George Parks and Recreation will work with partners, including King George County schools, higher education institutions, nonprofits, and local businesses to enhance workforce development programs in King George County. There is no required local match for this grant. Tonight, I recommend that you authorize staff to take the following actions. 1, accept grant funds of up to $20,000 from the National Recreation and Parks Association. 2, execute the memorandum of understanding with NRPA for a period of 12 months, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. 3, create both a revenue and expense line item in account 204, the Recreation Activity Fund. And 4, appropriate $20,000 to said line item from the Activity Fund balance. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chair,
Bender.
I just want to clarify, is this connected to the program you had this summer with some students who I've heard it was very successful?
This will help us to enhance that.
Okay, because I've spoke to a couple of those students and they really enjoyed it.
Yes, we were very successful with those 8 students this summer.
Stroud.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the staff to take the following actions to. Four separate. Okay. To accept the grant funds up to $20,000 from the National Recreation and Park Association. It needs to be seconded, and we have to do them individually.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Chair votes aye. Mr. Collins is absent. Go ahead.
I can make a motion, we execute the memorandum of understanding with NRPA for a period of 12 months, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, we create both a revenue and expense line item to account 204 Recreation Activity Fund.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, we appropriate $20,000 to said line item.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? No, hold up.
Sorry, Mrs. Cobb added we need to add the additional line of from the Activity Fund balance. I mistakenly left it off the original board report. Activity Fund balance.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to correct my motion to approve $20,000 to said line item to the Activity Fund balance.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, 11-04, 1-year lease extension for the Department of Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So what we have before you, there are the county's currently coming up on the end of our leases for property just east of us on Route 3 for the Department of Social Services and for Virginia Cooperative Extension Office. those leases that we are currently in does allow for a one-year extension. As the board knows, we've been discussing different facilities here in the county. And as much as I'd like to get DSS an extension out of an office right now instead of leasing, just due to the time constraints of identifying priorities and getting buildings either renovated, built, or whatever, we're looking to exercise the one-year renewal in both the DSS leasing and the cooperative extension lease. In the board report, there is a we've had a couple meetings with a landowner. In the email received October 24th, rent for both locations will increase by 20% effective December 1, 2025. The new monthly rates would be for Department of Social Services, $7,713.60 per month, and Virginia Cooperative Extension Office, $2,841.34 per month. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have at this time on these lease extensions.
Any questions? No questions. Do I have a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. We authorize the county administrator to exercise a one-year extension option in the lease agreements for the Department of Social Services and the Virginia Cooperative Extension Office approved as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins. Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to make a motion. We additionally appropriate an additional $7,650 from the general fund balance to the Department of Social Services budget and $2,963 from the general fund balance to the Virginia Cooperative Extension Office budget for the remainder of FY26.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right. Next up, you know what? We're going to take a 5-minute break real quick. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. No food or drinks are allowed in the room, sir. I'm kidding. All right, where were we at? There you go.
11-05, sir.
All right, Planning Commission, Economic Development Authority terms. Mr. Matthew J. Smolnick.
Yes, sir. So we had a brief discussion on this last meeting. I've done some additional work. Kelly and I have had some conversations with Mr. Stewart. So Planning Commission, there were a couple things that I picked out of the last meeting. I guess one question was, can the Board of Supervisors put planning commissioners on concurrent terms with the board? That's what I kind of picked out of this meeting. So that was one question that we asked. So 2212 of state code talks about there can be two members, one being a board representative, one being from the administration office. Those two seats can be concurrent with board seats. The state law specifies, it's very clear that the other terms shall begin at 1, 2, 3, and 4-year terms, staggered terms, meaning that the General Assembly has in state code that they need to be, 2 are allowed to mirror, but any additional must be staggered terms. So the answer to your first question is only 2 of the 5 can mirror Board of Supervisor terms. Looking at this a little bit further, and something you may want to consider, this is a discussion item type, but one thing you want to consider is, continuity, institutional knowledge on any members of any boards or commissions that you have. If you have a mass turnover and nobody knows the history, that could lead to some confusion. Institutional knowledge is powerful. So it is, the overlapping features is one way to do that, which is, I think, what the General Assembly had in mind whenever they went to the staggered terms. And the second question, or idea that we talked about, I'm going to be looking for some direction from the Board of Supervisors. So I think correct me if I'm wrong, do we slim down the Planning Commission from the current members to a smaller member? State code says you need to have 5 and up to 15. Definitely would not recommend 15. I think we're looking to get closer to that smaller number. Now, with the current terms that's on the screen right now, we could do this a couple of ways. You could do it simply through attrition. Whenever terms expire, you don't reappoint them. If somebody is removed from the Planning Commission, as Mr. Clark stated last month, that the code reads that their unexpired term shall be filled, but there is no specified timeline. It doesn't say within 3 months, within 6 months, it just says it shall be filled. So that is left up to some interpretation in state code. So, a couple options for you. One of them is to just leave the Planning Commission alone, and if you do, want to reduce it, let it occur by attrition. Or if you want to set the end dates, that's another topic that was talked about, setting the end dates to December 31 of each respective year, and that's what's shown in these last two columns. January 1 through June 30, you go back to the previous December 31. If your term expires July 1 through December 31, it's that current calendar year. Now, having conversations with Kelly, there's only a handful of individuals that we need to track. Kelly's very, versed at this. And, the idea of having to track somebody who expires in August versus May versus December, it's not a daunting task for her. She can handle that. So, really just looking for some direction from the board, what you guys would like to see. And I'm open for comments or discussion. And same thing goes to the Economic Development Authority. State code is a little bit different with the EDA. The state code says there shall be 7 members. And, interesting in this section of code, I think it's 15.24904, it says that if a economic development board member term ends and no successor is appointed, that individual serves until a duly person is appointed in their seat. So it's a little bit different. Their term doesn't expire. So 2 different sections of state code for these 2 different bodies. Kelly has I think based on, my discussions with Kelly, and Mr. Stewart, just let it shrink down by attrition. And with the EDA, I'm comfortable tracking, those are all December 31, just different dates. I'm comfortable with it as it is, but state code says you shall have 7 EDA board members.
Well, I can get rid of one of mine at probably about 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
There you go. Good choice. All right. So, I mean, one of the most important things was just not having them in the middle of the year. That's one of the biggest things for us. So
that's one of your, but talking with Kelly, she is, I've seen this in other localities where they are midterm or mid month in the calendar year. That's not something that's too terribly hard to track. There's only 7 or 8 individuals here, and it may be 1 or maximum 2 a year. So whether or not it's May or September, from a staff standpoint, it's not a big deal. If the board would like to set it, that is a decision that you are willing to make, happy to make, and we will do what the board would like.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. Mr. Smolnik, so on the Planning Commission, a supervisor can serve on the Planning Commission. He just can only vote on one. He can vote on something either for the Planning Commission or.
So when you look at 15.2, 22.12, so the second here, 1 member of the commission may be a member of the governing body of the locality. So yes, you are correct, sir. 1 member of the board may serve on the Planning Commission.
Right. Okay.
Ms. Bender.
Mr. Chair, do they have a vote?
They can vote on either. Can't vote on both.
So reading state code here, I don't see anything that talks about the vote. I'm talking about my past experience in other localities that have had a board of supervisors on the planning commission. They would abstain during the planning commission and keep their vote for the board of supervisors. That's the way I've seen now. I'm not sure if that's codified, if that's just general procedure, if that's guidance from the attorney for that locality, but that's just what I've seen done in practice.
And I'm just going to be on public record that I would oppose one of us being on the planning commission, because I think it's a conflict of interest and you want to try to keep the planning commission separate from the board of supervisors, especially on a lot of matters that come before us. That's just my opinion. But I wanted to just make a suggestion, especially with the Economic Development Authority, because I know Mr. Davis has had question because the at-large has more than one representative. I was having a discussion this weekend with a couple of folks, including my husband, who came up with a little interesting idea as if like the 2 extra positions, and this could be the planning commission if you have 7 members, that they be 2-year terms and they rotate amongst the 5 board members so that those 2 extra would be appointed by each board member at some time, and they would be 2-year terms to make it then just like the at-large has 3 or somebody, just make it a little more fair if you wanted to be 7.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
The reason why the at-large has more is because at the time, the district person already had their picks. And so the at-large can add on to, let's say, your district. If you had 2 people you put on and you wanted this 3rd one, the at-large could do that. And that's what we did this last time. That's why he has that extra one.
Are we talking about the Planning Commission or Economic Development? Because EDA, he just said it specified that you have to have 7 members, so it kind of makes sense that the 2 additional ones would come from at-large as opposed to just any other district. The Planning Commission, it's evened out 2-2-2-2.
I was just making the suggestion so that the at-large, at least on the EDA, didn't get 3 picks and then everybody else got 1. That's why I was just coming up with an idea that made it a little different, and so that so it wasn't just one person, because it could not be any of us. It could be in the future, to make sure that it's just one person wasn't picking 3 people.
I don't think the at-large has 3 people to pick, though.
EDA.
On EDA, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have 3 people to a point.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd just like to go on a record saying that I agree that a supervisor can be on the Planning Commission in accordance with the Planning Commission bylaws. Also, in consideration with Ms. Bender having an objection and going on record against it,
the supervisors are on the service authority and are able to vote there.
Mr. Chair, I have a rebuttal to that. Based on the charter of the Service Authority that was voted on April 21st, 1992, it is in the charter that the Board of Supervisors serves on the Service Authority. So it does not have any correlation with what you just said.
I would also, to back up what she said, the Planning Commission and the board has a cascading effect. They make recommendations and then we choose whether to accept those recommendations or not, whereas the Service Authority is an independent entity that makes its own decisions.
So does that mean that you guys want to change the bylaws for the planning commission?
No.
No, I don't think you can by state code. It's just, I'm just saying if it came up and there was a vote on it, I would not vote for a Board of Supervisor being on the Planning Commission. And I'm just being honest, and it has nothing against anybody. It's just I think they should be separate.
Well, the law doesn't say you can't change the bylaws because that happens all the time. So I'm just saying that's not exactly accurate.
Well, we would have to get legal advice on that because I think it's in the state that it is allowed, correct?
It's allowed.
So if there was a question directed my way, so there's a distinction that I'm hearing, if I caught all of it, that 15.2.22.12 specifically says in the second paragraph, one member of the commission may be a member of the governing body of the locality. The statute is silent as to whether or not they can vote. If it's silent, then I think you probably could vote. I think as a matter of practice, as Mr. Smolnik was saying, you wouldn't want to vote twice. But certainly a member of the board could serve on the planning commission and have quite a bit of influence without actually taking a vote in terms of influencing the discussion, the topics that were talked about, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of whether or not it is in state code that bars you from voting in both, that I don't know the answer to. I'd have to go look it up or defer to the county attorney.
Well, I think the only issue with that is that you're kind of contradicting ourselves as far as if you want to decrease the number in that board and you increase it down to 5 and one of those members cannot vote or should not vote, then you have 4, which is going to cause all kinds of headaches for people and things of that nature. That would be my only thing that I would think about it. The board if that board remained the same size it is today, maybe it wouldn't be quite as much an issue, but
you would have a numbers problem, yes, sir.
We'd have number issues, absolutely. Unless 2 people from the Board of Supervisors wanted to be on that board. I'm kidding. I would not want that to happen. All 5? No, we wouldn't definitely, because we couldn't, that'd be silly. We would never do that. All right, so what's the direction we're going to give Mr. Smolnik so we can move on from this?
I guess the first is whether for the Planning Commission it's 5 or 7 or 10.
Well, I think it's, it's a number thing, but then how do we get there? Is it just through natural attrition? Or is it, I mean, like there was one gentleman who was removed due to some absences, which was totally permitted. Is that another option to kind of keep tabs on that and, have a vote individually by the Board of Supervisors to remove individuals? My recommendation would be just through natural attrition and, have a target number. But again, staff is willing to do whatever the board would like to do.
My only issue with natural attrition would mean that you could have someone coming up you might have someone who's very good on the planning commission coming up before others, and it may be someone who does their job very well.
It doesn't natural attrition, meaning that the board and that the board member in the district just does not reappoint them to the planning commission. If they're good, then yes, they could be reappointed. So it doesn't mean just because your term is coming up first that you're automatically gone.
I just want to make that case clear because we have people up there. If we did the proposed terms, Miss Flatley's up there, and Miss Flatley, I believe she doesn't represent Dahlgren, but from what I understand, she does a good job. So And you also have some other ones up there that do. I just want to make sure that we understand that if it is something by nutrition, we're not talking, and I want to make that clear that we're not talking about just because their date comes up. That's what I want to be clear about.
A good question.
Mr. Sullins?
Have we observed problems? Has this been an issue so far? Or are we fixing a problem that doesn't exist? And that's a legitimate question. I'm not trying to be snarky.
I think that there are issues. I think that most of the issues that you get that are going to come from applicants themselves. And just going through, right now we're talking about 5 people having discussion. You start talking about 10 different people having discussion. You've been in some of those meetings. It could be overbearing, not just for the applicant, but also for people sitting on the board itself. Can things get drawn out with so many opinions? I know it's hard on staff sometimes, but there's so many opinions. That's the feedback I get.
It's more on the staff to manage.
Yeah, it's a lot. But I just want to make it clear that I don't want to get rid of, I don't want talented people to leave, and I don't want to get rid of people just to get rid of people. That if it's something we feel it's going to be more beneficial and more constructive to narrow the number down would be the only reason why I would go for doing that.
Now, I think it'd be more efficient, but I'm down to, so until somebody loses one, then if we go by attrition, I'm first out the gate.
You're more than willing. You can appoint someone now. That's why I'm making the case about the dates, that we're not waiting on a date. The nutrition portion of it, if we decide to go that direction, it may take several years to get there because you want to keep quality people.
Looking at this, it's definitely going to take several years.
Yeah.
Because right now when Mr. Stroud appoints his James Madison, there would be one vacant James Madison and one from Shiloh.
Yeah.
Then there's your person comes up next, I think.
Mr. DeCorda, he's been on there quite a while too.
I think that would get 3.
My main focus right now, and everyone else has their opinion on it too, would just be more getting the dates in line. Is where as far as when the terms end, and that so certain terms are ending when that person comes up for a re-election. So you can. When I'm talking about the supervisors themselves coming up, so that at least one of those. So if let's say we kept the planning commission the way it is, and you have 2 people, that one of those people should probably come up, being that a new board member would be coming on, that he would be able to appoint someone to that board. Maybe not both positions, but he'd be able to appoint one. Is that too complicated?
No, I think if that's the case, then each of you board members need to tell us who comes off whenever you're out of term.
I agree with that, though, because whoever gets elected in office shouldn't be stuck with whoever was before them appointed.
And there are some board members on that board who are considering stepping off anyway.
John, I'm about to let you go.
All right. So let's get a consensus here. Just an idea of what we want to do, or we can just table this. Even though I'd rather not.
I'd rather not table it. I'd rather say that the proposed term end dates that Mr. Smolek has proposed, and that we work towards, decreasing it to be more in line with the Economic Development Authority.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we have a work session on January 2nd on this matter?
At your house? All right, can we move on that? Can we just move on the dates that he's set so far, and we'll worry about the rest of that?
I just have a question on the dates because there's how many in 2027, just to make sure that there's an equal amount rolling off. So you keep
It looks like there's 5 positions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potential of 5. That is correct.
I just wanted to make sure that we don't have a whole bunch of people rolling off in 1 year, that if we do go down to 5 or 7, that it equals so that you have the experience staying. Because I don't think Kelly would like to train everybody at one time.
Mr. Chair, fly in the ointment. I'm terrible at math. That's why I became a lawyer. All I can do is calculate prison sentences.
Lawyers are terrible people. I mean, terrible at math.
But in state code, it says that subsequent appointments shall be for 4 years. I'm not sure of a mechanism that allows you to cut short, like let's take Ms. Flatley, for instance. I don't think by law you can cut her short by 5.5 months. You can remove her in one of two ways, either for malfeasance, of which none has been accused, or absence. But I don't think you can just take a vote and say, okay, Ms. Flatley's spot, that term, we're going to shorten it by 5.5 months. I don't think you could. I don't even think you could add time.
You can.
Because once you added time, you're into a subsequent 4-year term. And at least it appears, without ever reading any of the legislative history of it, that when the PCs are created in each locality, they're purposely staggered by twos and supposed to be kind of divided up between anywhere between the 5 and the 15 members. And the way it's written is terrible, but from looking at it, I don't think you have the power to shorten or lengthen each one of these terms. I think your only option may be, if you want to pare it down, you're going to have to let folks' terms expire, or they're going to have to step down, or there could be issues of malfeasance, although none, I will note, none are that I'm aware of, or absence. Sorry, I hope that makes sense. It's tough the way the statute is written, but I don't believe you have the power. And as much as you all might want to hate to table it, you may want to look into that before you take any votes.
Chair, I've got a motion.
What's your motion?
I move that we table this until the first meeting in December. We go and each of us talks to his or her representatives and ask them, are they interested in cutting it short? As you mentioned, some are interested in cutting it short. They're just being good little soldiers and doing due diligence to maintain their term. But if we go and ask them, not encourage them, but ask them, would you be interested in cutting your term short? And then we can reconvene or rebroach this topic in December, compare notes on what people are willing to do. And then we can, that also gives us time to do a little more research into what Mr. Clark was saying about what we can and cannot do. Shall, 4 years, those are two pretty clear things. So to restate the motion, I motion that we table this and reconvene or readdress it the first meeting in December after having each one of us speak to our representatives.
And more legal advice?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Or could we just defer it?
It's up to you. This topic was brought to me by some board members, so that's why we're having it discussed.
Right. I don't want to frustrate you.
No, it's fine. It's
I know that you put time and effort into it, so I feel bad for you.
It is okay with me, sir.
All right. So do I got a second on the motion then? All right. Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right. Next we have Otis proposal.
Yes, sir. There, as you are well aware, and I believe some of the members of the public are, the elevator had a severe malfunction here in the administration building. Now, this is a hydraulic elevator that was installed originally whenever this building was constructed. It's approximately 32 years old. Throughout the duration of this, so maybe back up. So this elevator does need to be inspected every year. So and it has passed the inspection every year. So proper maintenance has been done over the course of 32 years. The Otis elevator that we have right now went out of service. Since it is an Otis elevator, we reached out to the Otis representative to see what would need to be done. Now, I know there's been some questions, so I want to let the board and the public know staff's kind of thought process on this. And I'm willing to, again, the board gives us direction, we're going to run that path. So there are buildings such as the school board building in the county who are not ADA compliant. There's no elevator to get to that second floor. They make accommodations. Most of the people who come to this administration building, especially since the failure, are coming in to vote, are coming in to register vehicles, get business licenses, go to community development, or pay their bills at the treasurer's, luckily all of which are on the first floor. There have been a few instances where some individuals have expressed some concern over it. However, in my opinion, there has not been any non-compliance with ADA having this elevator out of service. So some of the questions are, Matt, has this gone out for competitive bid? The answer to that is no. We saw this as more of an emergency repair to ensure ADA compliance. Now, we have not had any ADA, complaints since this went out. Doesn't mean there won't be one tomorrow. So that's the way, talking with General Properties and Finance Department, we're proceeding with this. And the bid that came in from Otis Elevators, $215,335. That is a substantial amount of money. The other elevators, Schindler's a big one. I know we use Delaware Elevator. I do not know the cost of that specific elevator down in the new courthouse. And I'm looking to Mr. Muncie. Mr. Muncie, do you know the manufacturer of the one in the sheriff's office? Kone. So we have three different manufacturers: Kone, Otis, and Delaware. This one being the Otis one. So that is why we went ahead and solicited a bid from Otis. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Muncie here is also, as are my finance team, for the board members.
Any questions? I got a question. 30-year-old elevator compared to $250,000. What is the cost to replace the elevator?
I think the only add-on here was an additional trolley. And then this would be this proposal, and Mr. Muncie, maybe if you could help elaborate on this a little bit. This is to get it back up into working conditions, replacing certain components, but it's not a full rebuild. I think the trolley was an add-on.
The only thing that is not being replaced is the cab. The cab's in decent shape. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Collins.
There was an add-on of like $35,000 to redo the cab if we decided to do that. So you're basically getting a new elevator.
So, but between $60,000 and $80,000, you can get a whole new elevator, a whole new system.
I talked after we got the proposal from Otis. I know someone that works for Schindler for over 40 years. Told him exactly what their proposal was. He said that price is in line.
So I think we ought to put off an RFP so we can get, a competitive bid for a new elevator as opposed to just taking Otis's, how they always everybody always trying to jack us up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would agree with Mr. Collins.
That's fine.
I agree. When I Google it, it says it should cost $65,000 to purchase and install it. And I realize that's probably low, but $250, that's
to repair.
Yeah.
Just sounds to me like that's. You can make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to put the King George County Rivercombe Building elevator out to RFP for a new elevator.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? Could we also put out the RFP to preparing it?
Correct. That would be the amendment.
I would make that amendment as well.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Chair. So I don't think another company would repair an Otis elevator.
Maybe right.
You know what I mean?
They would.
Right.
They would?
On that also. Yeah. Yes, we could have another company come in and take over that.
Okay, so that answers that question.
So the RFP would be to either an RFP, I would say that'd be two of them.
Two quotes.
So let's vote on this one first and then we can vote on the second one. How about that? So we got a motion properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Stroud, how do you vote?
I'm not sure what I'm voting on. I think we can amend the original motion.
We're going to put two motions. One motion to put out the RFP for a brand new elevator, and then we're going to make a second one to put our RFP to we have something we can prepare it and look at it.
Okay. I think there's a challenge with that whenever you start putting out, because if you're putting out an RFP to replace something, then, you know, now you're asking somebody to also put in a bid to repair it. And it's like, okay, you know, I don't want to put a bid in to repair something I know that you're also asking to be replaced. It would be, you could ask for like a single quote, one, you know, with a replacement quote and a repair quote in one.
Is it not technically doing the same thing?
It's different. I guess it could be, but if I'm submitting two different quotes, I'm submitting one.
Ms. Cobb, you have something to say? Steelers won, so your house is happy.
Oh, yeah, I'm very happy. We won yesterday.
All right.
Okay, so to make it easier, what we could do is do one RFP. And what we'll do is attach two different options, one to replace it and then one to repair. And what happens is then we can interview the companies and allow them to give us the prices as we go through the process. So we won't put it out and say, okay, give us a bid to come and repair it. We're going to meet with you so that we all understand the scope of work first. And so that'll give us, just to make sure there's no change orders or things of that nature. So a 2-in-1 RFP will work for this process instead of doing an IFB, which is where the cost or the quote drives the project.
So can you withdraw your motion and restate it?
Well, rescind it. Motion.
Now you can restate it with the new details if you like.
I'm just rescinding the other one. I don't think I can make another motion after I've made that motion.
Ms. Bender?
Yes. Can I ask Ms. Cobb to restate that and I'll say so moved?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to do one RFP and we're going to have two parts to that RFP where we replace the elevator and then the second part of that is repair the elevator.
So moved.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right. Next up, we have the extra.
So we had the additional item on discussion on the old VOTEC building.
So one reason why I brought this up, I said most of us have met with school board, and I haven't spoken to any of you about what your findings are and what you guys came up with. I know they're pretty excited about it. So, Ms. Bender, how do you see this project going forward?
For to create the VOTEC building in the same spot is to tear down the current one and build a 2-story structure, which would give us a lot more CTE opportunities in a 2-story structure. And from what I understand, and I would have to get more information to confirm, is that the costs in the long-term use of the building is better to do it that way.
Sullins?
I'm very concerned about something that we know is going to cost $20 million just for the shell. And that doesn't include the equipment, that doesn't include staff, that doesn't include anything inside to make that building usable. So I think we need to think about this, not just go rushing in and tossing money at it.
So it sounds to me like you're for tearing down a building.
Yeah. If we do this, I think we need to tear the building down and build a new one. But I think we need to think through how we're going to do it, how we're going to pay for it.
Mr. Collins?
So originally I wanted to repair that building, but after talking to the school board and some of y'all, so if they did a brick front, so it looked like the rest of the buildings, and they did a metal building, you brought up a good point where you can just put up the building and then you can fill in the space. And if the space needs change, you can move it around as opposed to having a brick and block wall you have to take down. You can just take down a drywall and move it back 50 feet, so it makes more sense to do it that way. But I would like to make a motion to start the engineering of that building. So that doesn't, just because you start the engineering doesn't mean that you will, the school will have to determine what their needs are. And then the engineering firm will tell you how much they estimate it to cost. I'd like to get it going as in engineering.
Yes, sir. I would too.
So if I can make a recommendation, so well, I've heard three, I haven't heard from all the board members, I've heard, tear down this building. So a couple step process. If the will of the board is to demolish the old VOTEC building, to keep this process moving, we could draft and issue an RFP for the demolition of that structure as we did for the old middle school. So right now, I know there was one architectural firm who looked at this, the schools worked with. We do not have, and I think I brought this up in one of my weekly reports, we do not have on-call architectural services. So Mr. Collins, that is for clarification, when you say engineering, are you talking about the interior layout of that building or like the site work itself for the outside?
So when you start a project, you first bid out the engineering and, what the building is going to look like, what the needs are for the people.
The architectural A&E services, right? So we do not, we would have to put out an RFP to solicit bids for A&E services for the VOTEC building, if that's the way that they want to do. We do not have anybody on call as we do for our engineering firms.
Well, that's what I said, put an RFP out for it.
And and if you wanted to keep it moving forward, we could put out a concurrent RFP for the demolition of that.
Absolutely.
So we can move this, keep this project moving forward.
We want to make sure that you're meeting with the chair, whoever it is, at that point in time is meeting with them as well as far as what that structure, what it's going to be made of, what it's going to look like.
That's correct. Very similar to what we're doing with the Dahlgren Fire Station right now.
Right. Exactly right.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, just for the public's knowledge, this is an identified need that the school board over the elementary school. I want to just clarify that.
So the school board has come to us with light of new statistics and things of that nature, stating that this is the best and most important need that they have right now. Our schools right now are not over capacity, and King George High School is right now is 2 people of capacity. So with this building, especially a 2-story structure with multiple learning centers in it, will unload probably 100 students or so at a time to maybe more than that into this building, which frees up more space in the high school, which makes the need to add on to that. And plus, it's just well needed in our community. It's something that people have been driving for a long time. And things that, just for the community, just things that they're talking about are everything from automotive to beautician to nurse to woodwork to metalwork to anything that, people that aren't planning to go to college or something that will. They just want to learn a trade and learn how to do something. It's going to be basically like a trade school in a sense. So it's very prominent for us.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Collins.
So you do the 2-story like y'all were talking about with the open design so that you can fill it in the way you need it. As you remember,
yes,
I was with you during this meeting, that you'll free up some of these rooms at the class down at the high school now. Like if you took the welding, for instance, that room could be 3 classrooms, right now. So you'll be doing 2 things. But I really like your idea and Mr. Stroud's idea on that open, where you can fill in for your need and change your need without paying millions of dollars to tear down block walls. That's a good idea.
Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So my recommendation would be proceed with the RFP to tear the building down. But before we ever have a conversation with A&E, we need to get with the school board, whoever. They need to do site visits to other places that already have this type of a building and go visit them. That was something that was a huge benefit whenever I encouraged the fire department and the fire chief to do that. And once he went out and saw them, it was a huge benefit. And I'm telling you, this is going to be a huge benefit too, because you're going to learn from them what mistakes they made so we don't make the same ones. So we need to schedule some site visits and have the either the school board or definitely Dr. Boyd to go look at these. The other thing is determine what the requirements are. And what by requirements, I mean, what do we want to teach and how many of them need to be taught at a time? Because if you're going to put in there vehicle lifts, that's going to affect your overhead clearance in your building. So you don't need an A&E firm to come up and design a building and you say, oh, well, that's not going to be high enough. How many vehicle lifts do you need? You also, your power. If you're going to teach welding, then you have different fire hazards, but you definitely have air as well as electrical. So concerns. So if you know if you're going to do welding, how many welding machines you want to run at a time, and how many of that before you ever sit down with A&E, you need to know what those are. Otherwise, they're trying to come up with something, and you're going to pay them for change orders and to change it all. So these meetings need to take place, and they say we need 3 of these, 4 of those, and figure that out before you go to the A&E.
Yeah, and they have an idea of that space, of what it's going to look like. But I agree, I concur with you on that. And I know they have done some site visits over the past couple of years. I do know that, Ms. Terry Rinko has done some site visits because she heads up the CTE's program. I know she's done that, but we do need to see several things, just get an idea of what we're looking for, yes.
My time on the school board, I've done a lot of site visits to the different schools that offer CTE programs all over the region.
Okay.
So I have a pretty good idea. Plus, they have a pretty good idea where they see things going with those things. But like the building that exists now, it had those power supply because it was already that at one time. But that's why I was interested to put out the RFP and let they'll have to come up and talk to the schools about their needs and what they want to do. And then at least that'll be going forward, and then it'll become up a price tag, and you either decide whether you want to do that or not.
Mr. Sones.
One of the things I would recommend to the school board is to conduct a survey of the high school, middle school kids and get a feel for what type of classes they would want to see taught there. And then from there, we can, if I understood what you were saying earlier correctly, we can kind of get a feeling for what are those areas, like Mr. Stroud say, it's locked in hard. I mean, if we're going to put an auto lift in there, that is what it is. But if there's other classes that may change over time, to what Mr. Collins was saying, maybe we try to design those or have the engineering firm design those so that they're reconfigurable over time. So like maybe this year we're teaching cosmetology, but next year we're teaching journalism, or something, maybe not journalism, that's a little bit more on the academic side, but you know where I'm going with this. Reconfigure the building as necessary to be able to accommodate different classes and changes over time without, once again, having to shell out millions and millions of dollars to accommodate it.
Yeah, and I think you may start off with something as much as it may not start off with a lift. That may be something that comes down the line. It may start with auto body repair, which you don't need a lift for, or the mechanical things for a car where you at the pit that you go down to the pit and you work, and as it grows and you see how people are interested, and then you can do other things as far as adding.
They're going to need to put
the pit was sacred for football.
The difference in concrete will make a difference, though. That if you're going to put a lift in there, they're going to need a minimum of 6 inches of concrete, where otherwise you can get away with 4. Things like that will make a difference.
So I hate to, Mr. Chair, I hate to argue with my fellow members, but seem to be good at that. So you only need 4 inches for a lift, because I just put one in, and that was one of my big concerns. Do you need 6 inches? You not on the modern lifts. You only need 4 inches. 4 inches, 2 posts. And Mr. Sullins, to argue with you, they do a survey every single year, and they've already done it of what the students want to do.
We're not arguing, we're in agreement. It's just already been taken care of.
Mr. Chair, I would like, and Mr. Clark, can you help me with this motion? Because I want to see if this is viable. So I'd like to make a motion to put in an RFP to demolish the current VOTEC, well, the former VOTEC building, and then to make a motion to engage to start the process in motion of looking for firms to design a building, or how would I do that properly with?
I think your first motion is proper.
Okay.
Maybe let's take that up and then we'll work on the second.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to seek an RFP to demolish the former VOTEC building that's located between the current high school and the current middle school.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion?
Sir, is there anything in there? Don't we still use that for storage?
Oh, yes, there's lots of stuff in there. Schools, they have crap everywhere.
Is it a yes or no question?
Yeah. He's got a place we can put it at.
It's been there for years.
Yeah, with the left. All right, motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
So, Mr. Clark, can you help me with that second motion?
If I understand where you're going, can you state that again?
So I was looking at to start the process because I know Mr. Collins' time is almost done. This is something that's very near and dear to his heart. And so to start the process of engaging RFP, whatever, engineering firms, or not, architectural engineering, help me on that one, to look into designing a VOTEC building with input from the schools.
One moment, please.
Hey, what was the weight on that?
It was
Ms. Bender, talking with Mr. Clark here. So I think the second part of your, direction from the board would be to merely direct staff to engage with the superintendent and the school board to identify set curriculum in a potential VOTEC building to understand what those space needs would need to be. And then once those are identified, then you can go ahead and put out an RFP that says, go ahead and build me this. I think that's what Mr. Stroud was saying. You need to understand what you're going to need in that building first. So I think that needs to be ironed out.
So moved.
I mean, I think we're okay right now with just to start a demolish. I mean, that's the first.
Yeah, I think you can just direct staff. I don't think that the second part needs to, how about this? I will engage with the superintendent of schools and work with the CTE staff to, potentially visit additional facilities and to streamline it or to refine and redefine their curriculum in a future CTE building here at King George Schools.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Collins.
We don't need to drag this out. We need to move on it.
Yeah, right now, just down the building, I think is enough.
Go in to see these other places,
We know that part.
6 months, a year, all that kind of stuff needs to be moved on.
But they do need to sit down and determine what they need before we really engage, or what it's going to look like and how much space we think we're going to need. But right now, I think we're good with just the first phase, which has to happen, which is tear down the building. And then we just got to do, can we do that during the school year? Can that be done during the school year? Do we have to wait till the summertime? When does it have to be done? So we got to figure that part out too. All right, so we're good with that? All right, so we're open up to secondary public comments.
Mr. Chairman, so under county administrators, I didn't have anything on here, but I know we had some discussion. So when I presented the budget calendar for FY27, we had a fall work session. When I created this, it is a working document. It was sent out to my staff, but a couple of the board members will be at the VACO conference whenever we set a potential work session to discuss FY27 budget. It was directed, the board directed me to get it shortly after the election. So looking at this, so the November 10th date we know is out because several of you will be at VACO. I guess, so that I can prepare for it and get my staff ready for this. Is there maybe a time during the week of Monday the 17th during that week? I know we have a board meeting on Tuesday night. We could do it prior to that board meeting. I'm open to suggestions. Just the week before that, I know that we have an EDA meeting one night. I know another night I am out of the county. Don't do it around my schedule. But if you'd like me to be part of that, I will not be here on the 12th. The county offices are closed on the 11th, and we have an EDA meeting on the 13th. That's why I'm suggesting something the week of November 17th through 21.
Just as a note, as of the 19th for a while, I'm going to be unavailable.
Yeah, I'll be leaving the state on the 25th of November through the 2nd. That should be all right for me.
Looking for other board members. So what I'm hearing for these two is 17 or 18th, which is a Monday or a Tuesday. Tuesday's the night of a regularly scheduled board meeting.
Just not Wednesday.
The 18th, I guess.
So
Monday would work.
Monday.
do you all care what my opinion is?
Of course I do.
Okay. So remember, I have Bible studies on Wednesdays and Fridays, so I'd rather not be on then. And you know I need the Bible study. And,
Amen.
and you know, I have some things coming up. So I set my things so I can be at the regular meetings. So I'd like to stay on the regular schedule if possible. Because I couldn't attend the town hall because I was at one of my things.
Right. So would the Monday, the 17th, would that work for you?
Probably.
Okay, probably sounds good.
Okay, so we will set this, the FY27 work session for Monday, the 17th, 5:30 p.m.
How about earlier?
No.
Come on, Sully.
Work session.
Man, when you got this job, you knew you had to
Stick up for Sully on this one.
So general consensus, 5:30 work for everybody on the 17th?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll get my staff ready for it.
All right. Is that it?
Yes, sir, that's it.
So we're going to open the floor up for secondary public comment. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak? Seeing none. Is there any correspondence? No. Is there anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move that we adjourn the Board of Supervisors to Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the multipurpose room of the Parks and Recreation Building located at 8076 Kings Highway, King, Georgia, Virginia.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are out of session.